Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I hope you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. And if you're not feeling like that's true for you, that's okay too. Generally, I like to open my Sanghas with an invocation to the Gayatri mantra, which is a very traditional mantra. But there is another tradition which I think might be even more appropriate. This is the peace mantra from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanao Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Garva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. That means, Om, may the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, peace in our environments, and peace in the forces that act on us. I thought you'd like that, dear Sky Guardian. I know that Swami Tadatmanandaji starts his satsangs like that. So welcome, everyone. Hello, dear Kev. And thank you for the fast burst. Very grateful for that gift blessing our Sangha, starting off with today. Om Namah Shivaya. Namaste, dear Chloe. And the illusion, dear Kaya. Gay Clayson. Hello, he has a face. Or I has a face, I realize. Dear Landon, dear JP. Welcome, Joanne and J Love. Hello, dear Melinda. And thank you for liking the live, dear Kev and Melinda. You know Om Shanti, shares Chloe. It's a great mantra. Yes. There are 5 traditional peace mantras, all of which end with Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, taken from the beginning of, where did I put it? Various Upanishads. Hello, One Deep Cat. Dear Chloe, you sure you're kind of having trouble sleeping? I have heard. I've heard this from you before. That's quite all right. And every time you've been able to go back to sleep eventually. And that's okay. Just remember to relax your body, and if there's anything in your mind that is keeping you awake, try to set it aside, knowing that if there's anything to attend to, you'll be able to do so tomorrow with the energy that you get from resting tonight. Oh, you don't have to apologize for that, dear Chloe. And thank you for the follow, dear Shakti Taro. Hello. That's so funny, Sky Guardian. So allow me to further set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. And hello, dear Kelly, and thank you for liking the live. Thank you for finding beauty in the soul that we share, dear M. And thank you for the follow, dear Tovi. I am wondering how you all are doing or feeling at this moment. Hopefully you don't have to be doing anything, just being as you are. I'd like to know what kind of feelings I can hold space for today. Namaste, dear Dana. Hello, dear Anna. Hello, dear Gio. And Simon Aladdin. And he is a tiny tiny. Oh, here's a tiny tiny. I thought it's funny. I thought you were calling dear Simon Aladdin a tiny tiny. But thank you for one. Yippee! You are wonderful, shares Riri. I'm very happy to hear that. Dear Kelly's health journey, you are amazing and healing from knee surgery. Well, I'm very happy to hear that your health journey has been going well. And welcome, dear Erica. And Britt, Melinda, you are excited for dance class. I'm excited for you too. It's been a few weeks. What a great way to exercise. I know that you burn a lot of calories exercising. You make sure that you eat some good food. It's tough work being a dancer, and that you hydrate a lot, but a wonderful way to express yourself and build teamwork. And it is, of course, an art. That's a new mantra for me, dear Chloe. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I like it. Dear Sovereign Sycophant, you would like me to acknowledge a viewer's concerns over my subjective views on radiation and the sun exposure. Now I understand where you're coming from. And I did see some of the things that you were sharing in yesterday's Sangha. And unfortunately, I think I had waited too long before responding. So by the time that I did express concerns of my own, that you were no longer here, which is okay, because I took a while myself in order to respond. But as I said, I try to balance a scientific with a spiritual view, and there are certainly many different spiritual understandings that we can take with us into our understanding of the sun. Like, for example, many traditions actually encourage to get lots and lots and lots of sun, and some even use sun gazing as a yogic practice, for example. And I acknowledge that that is a tradition. However, not all of that has been backed by science, and I try to honor that too in the health of everyone, and I don't want anyone to damage their retinas or end up getting skin cancer due to the ultraviolet radiation of the sun, which is what the science tells us. So I hope you understand my taking a kind of balanced approach between the science and spirituality. And thank you, dear Anna, for your heart me. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Hello, dear Isabella. Riri, you share you haven't taken ballet in over a year, and judging by your frowny face, it sounds like you miss it. You and I found really beautiful that in France, not that long ago, ballet used to be taught to everyone, and it was a way of making just each little interaction a bit of a dance, just in the way that you carry yourself, conduct yourself, the way that you bow before a person, the way that you open a door, or even walk down the street. It all can be a bit of a ballet. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your cheer you up, heart me, and team bracelet. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. And thank you, Yarnya, if that's how I pronounce your name, for the likes too. Dear Almost Caleb, you share you cut your hair recently. I almost put your part of your username almost in the sentence, but it looked a lot like mine. It grew out for a decade. I'm happy that you see a piece of yourself in me. How do you tell which chakras are blocked? well, it's associated with a certain functioning. Symbolically, for example, the root chakra grounds you. The sacral chakra, it is related to your sexual or creative energies. And so if you have an outlet for one of those things, then that's wonderful. Your solar plexus is all to do with individuality and your own uniqueness. And so if you are embracing that, then it should be open. Your heart has to do with love. Your throat has to do with communication. Your third eye has to do with seeing the divine within everything. And the crown has to do with ultimate knowledge and being established in your true self. So you can ask which of these things are true for you. And then there's corresponding meditations and practices you can do to help ensure that these things have enough room in your life to be healthy. Good night, dear Chloe. Now I understand the perspective that you're coming from, dear Sovereign Sycophant. And of course, sunlight is very important. We get vitamin D and it helps manage our circadian rhythm and whatnot. However, I will not be sharing things that are considered in the realm of pseudoscience, and I ask for you to politely refrain in case that we endanger the health of anyone here. And I'm very grateful that you have had a lot of health benefits, but everyone's different and some things might not work for others. And as far as I know, the idea that phones cause, radiation poisoning or anything like that is not founded in any scientific basis. And I think it causes unnecessary anxiety in people's lives, and I'm all about alleviating anxiety. So I hope that is understandable and respectable. And thank you, dear Trevor, for your heart me and TGIF. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And dear seeker of unknown, thank you for your 6 roses. Radhe Radhe. Hello, dear Bubbles. Of course, dear Riri. Dear Alex, you ask, do I believe immortality? And if you experienced it, how would your mind cope? Well, we have to understand what exactly is immortality. Does it apply to the body, the mind, or something else? First of all, who are we? Are we the body? Are we the mind? Or are we something else? At some point, we didn't have a body. We had to acquire it. At some point, our body was much smaller. At another point, it gets bigger. And another point, it decays and goes away. Our body is something that comes into our experience and comes out of our experience. Serini shares, we're just little dudes. Lenny, you share, we are pure consciousness. The witness of life. You can imagine that indeed, if our bodies and minds were immortal, then there'd be a lot of problems that come our way. And in fact, it's a good thing that we don't have immortal bodies and minds. But you are already immortal on the level of the consciousness. And that is an experiential truth. Because all things occur to you as coming and going, then that necessarily implies that you are something categorically different, not as something that comes and goes, because that's a part of your perception. Perception itself, the conscious witnessing of life, does not come and go along with the objects because it's the subject. I'm sorry, dear Sovereign. It sounds like our definition of science may be different. Maybe for you, science means something that you see on a TikTok video or shared in the media. But for me, I consider science as something that's widely accepted in academic literature. And if we look at all of the journals from very bright, intelligent people who spend years studying these things, they all tell us that the energy that comes from our phones are not ionizing. They're not too high of an energy to be able to affect our DNA and things like that. And I can even do a little diagram as to why that is the case, so that we can understand the science behind it. So as we all know, life is built on DNA, and DNA is made up of molecules. And if we were to zoom in on any of this, then we would see that these molecules are made up of atoms, which are made up of nuclei and electrons that travel around them. So what electromagnetic radiation is a kind of vibration of electric charge and magnetic flux, and it comes in different wavelengths. There's some wavelengths that are really long and big, some are a lot shorter, and some are really small. You can imagine that if this electromagnetic vibration were to pass through an atom, if the energy is really big, like in the case of this really large wavelength, like that we find in infrared, microwave, radio wave, then it's so big that all it would really do is make the atom go up and down, if at all. And the bigger that wavelength is, the less of an effect it has on the atoms. And right now we're on the scale of atoms, but you can imagine that some wavelengths are so large that they're much bigger than atoms, on the scale even of human objects, like an entire house. Radio waves are so big that they can even pass through your entire house without affecting them, which is why you can be in your house and still get cell reception, because it passes through your entire house practically unaffected. And so you need really sensitive electronics to even be able to pick that up. On the other hand, really tight wavelengths that are on the level of ultraviolet, X-ray, and gamma rays, they're small enough that they are able to get inside of the atom and possibly cause an electron to be discharged, making it ionized. Or if it's really powerful, it could even make the atom itself radioactive and have the nucleus undergo nuclear decay. So that's what we have to worry about in the sun, in tanning booths, when we're getting x-rays, or for astronauts in space, or if you're in front of some radioactive substance, a lot of it in high concentration. But the type of energy that comes from our phones is radio waves, which passes unimpeded through our house, and it passes practically unimpeded through the body too, and does not have enough energy to make any of our atoms ionized, unlike what we might get from ultraviolet rays, for example. So that's why the science says that our phones just cannot be responsible for that kind of health effect, because it's literally physically impossible. The wavelengths coming from it are too big to affect the atomic world. However, there is a lot of danger from our phones. For example, how we use our phones, whether we are using it to avoid social interaction, whether we are using it to find reputable sources of information, or if we are being drowned by unhealthy media, for example. I think that's where the danger of our phones really come in. And 5G is an example of radio wave. It falls into the lower energy spectrum, as does 4G and 3G and every other wavelength that our phones use. They're on the lower and safe end of the electromagnetic spectrum. But unfortunately, I will have to do some moderation, such as muting people who are unfortunately not sharing things that are going to be helpful for our mental health, such as fear-mongering over the nature of something that doesn't have any scientific basis. And please come back when you're feeling more open-minded about the science, as there's no room for that here. Thank you. Dear Alex, you share, isn't it better to explain things rather than mute people who may not know things? Well, you can listen even if you're not able to comment in chat. You're still here. It's not like they're blocked from watching the live stream. And that's why I spent the last few minutes sharing the science behind it so that they may listen. But if in the meantime, while the science is being explained, we're typing about how something that doesn't have any scientific basis is dangerous and that you should be scared, then that's not healthy. There's a lot of people here that are really sensitive to that kind of subject matter. People with very vulnerable mindsets that can hear that and become terrified over things that actually you don't have to be afraid of whatsoever. And that is a boundary that I would like to ensure. On the spiritual path, there's really little room for doubt and fear, because it's all about coming into peace. And there are certainly truths that are uncomfortable, but your phone being a source of radiation is not one of those uncomfortable truths. So it's always a question of whether we are acting from a position of love or fear. And I think if we want to act from a position of love, then instead of trying to remove any part of our experience or tell someone that what they're doing is wrong or harmful, that we guide them to some healthy alternatives or perspectives that increase the ability for these things to make a positive difference in our lives. Ultimately, it's not what we have in our experience, but what we choose to do about them. And our technology, for example, connects us. We are able to understand so much more about what's happening all around the world. We are able to help in places almost instantly that otherwise you might not even know what was happening there. There's conflicts happening all around the world, and now and never before are we able to make a difference to someone that's going through something very challenging on the other side of the planet, just by, sending a message or donating somewhere, All of these things are a wonderful thing that technology helps us connect in. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, what's the similarity between sound and light waves? Of course, both waves, but besides that? Well, they both can be measured in terms of frequency. Sound is generally in between 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz. Of course, sound that's what humans are sensitive to, but sound can be subsonic or supersonic too. You can have very low vibrations, even below 20 hertz, and very high vibrations, like what they use in ultrasound to do imagery. The equations that describe sound is very similar to the equations that describe light. The difference is that sound generally applies to a material that obeys the Pauli exclusion principle, whereas light does not. And the Pauli exclusion principle states that particles that obey this cannot exist in the exact same spot. So there's an interaction with the field and itself, which creates for a lot more complex dynamics. Like you can have whirlpools of sound, for example, but you can't have that in light, because light can exist on top of itself without interacting with itself. Light can pass through light. It's not like you shine a flashlight in one direction and another flashlight in another direction, and then if they intersect, that the light bounces off the other light or anything like that. But with sound, you do get an interaction between two different sound waves hitting each other, since it's made up of a physical medium made up of matter, whereas light is not made up of matter, but pure energy, pure bosonic particles we call photons. But they're both an example of a propagation of waves, just with different mediums, and those mediums have different properties. Dear Gregorji, you also heard today that dark matter doesn't interact with itself. How interesting. Yeah, dark matter is a bit of a mystery. An explanation for several different phenomena in our measurements of the universe. The galaxies being held more tightly together than we expect. Gravitational lensing in places that we don't find anything that is seemingly producing gravity. And certain anomalies in the cosmic microwave background. If dark matter is the answer, then we can come up with a lot of facts about dark matter. Like, for example, it's dark, meaning that light passes through it without interacting with it. It seems like almost every force doesn't interact with dark matter. Doesn't have electric charge or magnetic flux, doesn't seem to interact with a strong or weak nuclear force. It seems like the only thing that it interacts with is gravity. If that's the case, then it would interact with itself. Antimatter? Asks Kirsten. Antimatter is something a little different as well. There's kind of three different things that are all different, but kind of have a similar vibe in science. The first is antimatter. The second is dark matter. And then the third is dark energy. And a lot of the times these get conflated because we have matter in both antimatter and dark matter, and we have the term dark in both dark matter and dark energy, but they're not the same thing. They're definitely not the same thing. Even though we don't exactly know what each are, we know enough to know that these are different things. Antimatter is just the equal but opposite of ordinary matter. Ordinary matter, you might have an atom made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons. In antimatter, instead of an atom made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons, they're made up of the antimatter variants. You'd have positrons instead of electrons, which, as the name implies, are positively charged. Instead of protons, you have antiprotons, which are negatively charged. And instead of neutrons, you have antineutrons, which are still neutrally charged, but what they're made up of is the opposite quarks. And they behave exactly the same. The only difference is that matter is what's common. Our universe is 99.9999999999999% matter and very little antimatter, which is a big mystery. It's a mystery in physics called the baryon asymmetry problem. Why is there more matter than antimatter? Because every interaction that produces matter that we know of should produce an equal amount of antimatter. And if that's the case, then why does the universe exist at all? Because the moment that they interact, they explode, they annihilate. Through E equals mc squared, all of that matter is turned into pure energy. If you had even a paperclip worth of antimatter and it touched any matter, including the air, then it would be like 100 atomic bombs blowing up. So it's a very good thing that there's not a lot of antimatter, but there is a very tiny amount, just a little bit. If you zoom into any spot in space, a little bit of matter and antimatter is produced. And we can use radioactive materials that create a lot of antimatter and matter pairs, like in PET scans, positron emission tomography. Your body's injected with a radioactive substance that emits positrons, which is what antimatter atoms would be made up of, and we can detect that. So antimatter is a completely normal and understood part of our universe. There's just not a lot of it. It's really rare, but it behaves exactly the same as ordinary matter. Dark matter, on the other hand, is a big mystery. It's something. All we know is that it's something that has gravity. But it's not like anything else. It's not made up of ordinary matter or even antimatter. And it's responsible for solving a lot of problems, like why various galaxies are held together without flying apart, for gravitational lensing in places that we don't see any galaxies, and in anomalies in the cosmic microwave background. Whatever it is, it's something new that we just don't know what it is. Dark energy, on the other hand, is also a bit of a mystery, but it's also predicted by Einstein's theory of relativity. And it's basically the part of the universe that resists gravity. It's like the equal but opposite of gravity, and it's responsible for the expansion of the universe. When we say that the universe is expanding, that's entirely equivalent to saying that it has dark energy. Dark energy means expansion of the universe. And so these are the three kind of mysterious matters and energies that often get conflated. Antimatter, dark matter, and a dark energy. When you think of antimatter, you can just imagine equal but opposite matter. Very rare. When you think of dark matter, you can imagine something really heavy that's invisible around the universe. And when you think of dark energy, you can think of expansion, the universe being propelled bigger and bigger distances between things. Dear hashtag open brace cared closing brace hashtag. You ask, which theory do I think has the most chance to solve quantum gravity? I think it's probably something very abstract that can be solved through considering some zany possibilities of the topology of general relativity. In other words, I think you can discover quantum mechanics through general relativity rather than what the current attempt is, which is trying to extract a quantum explanation for gravity. In other words, instead of quantum gravity, relativistic quantum mechanics. Canadian Canuck, you ask, what's the God particle? Oh, I can explain that too. The God particle is very important, but it's not God. I'll start with that. I think here's what happened. Deep below the borders of France and Switzerland, there is the Large Hadron Collider, which is many miles. And it's expensive to run. And it's a particle accelerator that smashes particles together at very near the speed of light. to be able to make discoveries with such an expensive thing requires going to the government and basically trying to explain to government officials that what we're doing is really important. And so in my opinion, I believe these scientists went to the government, which was funding it, and they said, they used the word God. They're like, you don't understand. It's like the God particle. And then the government went, oh, okay, now we'll fund it. Because we like God. And so money was sent their way. And then eventually the Higgs boson was discovered. The Higgs boson is very important, but it's not God. And I'll tell you what the Higgs boson is. The Higgs boson is what's responsible for slowing particles down so that they're not always going at light speed. Because the default speed for everything is the speed of light. Without the Higgs boson, everything would basically be traveling at the speed of light. And there'd practically be... I forgot to show my screen again. I apologize for that. I had been drawing this whole time. Yeah, everything would be traveling at the speed of light if it weren't for the Higgs boson. Basically, traveling at the speed of light is entirely the same as saying no mass. Or to put it in another word, mass means you travel slow, and slow just means less than light speed. So you can consider a particle that naturally wants to travel at the maximum speed, which is light speed. The Higgs bosons is the field that slows things down. It's like a big block of jello. You can imagine that the whole universe is filled with jello. Higgs is jello. Universal jello. And so this means that atoms can form, that electrons can exist, that suns can happen, stars, planets, etc. Because if everything was traveling at the speed of light, it'd be too quick to do any of that. You need to slow particles down in order to form things made out of matter. And that's why the Higgs boson is so important. That it kind of is like God because it allows for creation. But it is a part of the creation itself. Thank you for sharing the live, dear me Pringles. And thank you, dear Trevor, for the paper crane that you had sent earlier. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Fal, thank you for your paper crane too, and a heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Kristen, thank you for your fest burst. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And thank you, E.T., for your quartet of roses. Ram Ram. Dear Yuya, you ask, how do you move on from a very negative space and start becoming more positive? Imagine your attention is like a growth ray. You know, in cartoons, there's shrink rays and growth rays, usually made by mad scientists. I think there's probably one in Despicable Me. Yeah, when they shrunk the moon, for example. Yeah. Imagine your attention is like one of those sci-fi growth rays. Anything that your attention shines at, it will make it bigger. You start with a little plant and you continue giving attention to that plant, then it begins to grow bigger and bigger, and eventually, perhaps, flower, blossoms. And it takes time. This is a process of time. So, if you bring your attention to something negative, then you'll experience more and more of that. But if you bring your attention to something positive, then you'll experience more and more of that. And so even if you have 99 things that are going wrong in your life, whatever is going right in your life, just bring your attention to that, no matter how small it is. If you have anything to be grateful for, keep your attention on that, and positivity will grow from there. And slowly it'll create more and more and more positivity around that. Oh, thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. And Neuroconverging, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear hashtag, you ask, do I think it's possible to see our past? Well, of course. It's called remembering. And if we achieve faster than light travel with a warp drive, do you think we could put a giant telescope and see our past 2,000 light years away? Well, wherever is 2,000 light years away currently, if they did look at Earth from now, that they would see us in the past, which can be a solution to the Fermi Paradox, for example. If you wonder, why is it that we seem to be the only ones in the solar system or the universe? That in this solar system there is life, but seemingly no other solar system. Well, maybe life gets started all around the same time. And where we are, here's home. And here's the nearest alien civilization. Aliens. Maybe there's a 2,000 light year gap between them. Which means that the time it takes for the light that's coming off of our planet to reach any alien telescope, it would get there 2,000 years later. That's the definition of a light year. So what was happening 2,000 years ago on Earth? Well, Jesus so we had not had we didn't have radio invented yet. We did not have all these scientific advancements. So if aliens are looking at our planet from that distance, they're not going to see very many signs of intelligent life. Because in order for us to really make a make a mark, we have to invent radio. And that only happened, well, in the last few centuries. So it's a very recent thing for us to be able to broadcast what we're going through right now into the universe. But I want to tell you something about faster than light travel. There is only light speed travel. This is a fact. And you can look this up. Everything travels at light speed. It's true. Even you, right now, are traveling at light speed. It is just your angle through time that appears to change. Thank you, Vanessa, for the galaxy that you had sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So it's not that light speed, which we call as C, is the max. It's the only speed. It's just that some things are traveling through space at the speed of light. Some things are traveling through time at the speed of light. And everything else is traveling at some combination through space and time. And the sum of those velocities add up to light speed. So if we make a space-time diagram, right now, if you're sitting with me, you're only traveling through time at the speed of light. But the light around you is traveling through space at the speed of light, and therefore it's not experiencing time. And everything else is just at some angle. So what we appear to observe as a change in speeds is just a change in angle. Some people are moving practically at no angle to the dimension of time. Some things are moving 90 degrees to time. Some things are moving at a different angle. But everything is moving at the speed of light. Speed of sound is like, I don't know, like 100,000 times slower than the speed of light. Speed of light is ridiculously fast. Light travels around the world something like 7 times per second. Just imagine how long it takes for you to fly at a very fast speed in an airplane around the whole world. That would take many days, maybe even near the speed of sound. But light can do it 7 times every second. That's pretty quick. So, faster than light, remember, what we say is light speed generally just means that you're traveling only through space and not time. that your angle has increased so much that it's 90 degrees to space. Or to time, sorry. It's parallel with all of space. If you were to travel faster, and at this point faster doesn't really mean faster, it just means an angle greater than 90 degrees, then you'd be traveling backwards in time. If you're traveling through space less than the speed of light, then you're going forwards in time. If your angle is past that of light, then you're traveling through space at some speed, but through time in reverse. And unfortunately, we have very strong physical laws that says your angle can never start through time and end up backwards to where it started. You can only ever approach the angle which is 90 degrees to time, and you can't dip past that. If you started from an angle that was pointing forwards. However, there are things that already do have a negative temporal dimension relative to us. And we already talked about one of those things so far. One of those things that has an angle which is past that of light, therefore technically traveling backwards relative to us, is antimatter. Due to something in physics called charge, parity, time, symmetry, which states that if you swap any two of these things, it's equivalent to swapping the third. Antimatter is regular matter, but charge and parity swapped. But as we said, our universe obeys charge, parity, time symmetry, which means that's entirely equivalent to regular matter just having its temporal component swapped. It would be no different. All of the equations work the same. So on one hand, we understand antimatter as just matter with the opposite charge and parity. But you could entirely equivalently express antimatter as regular matter with the same charge, the same parity, but with an opposing direction through time. So you could say very provocatively that regular matter comes from the past, but antimatter comes from the future. And this is genuine relativity. This is what you learn in a physics class in university, as I did. And you can look this up on your own time if you ever want to study this. I'll bring it up for you in case you're interested in this sort of thing. That this is charge, parity, time, symmetry. Generally known as just CPT symmetry. And the topic of everything traveling at light speed is a concept called the 4-vector in general relativity. And so you can explore these things in your own time if you're interested in this sort of thing. Thank you, dear Jenny Lee, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Gabriella, thank you for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And not the stand user, thank you for your heart me. How are you doing? Dear Medjar Dayanda, thank you for your heart me too. Ram Ram. Dear user 621, you're wondering what's my day job? I'm very blessed that I don't have one. And right now, the voluntary donations I get here are enough to pay for my food, my medication, and my toiletries and all of that jazz. So I'm very grateful for that. And it's never necessary. Namaste, dear Lando. Dear Tiger Luna, you ask, what does it mean that you don't understand any of it? Is it because you are stupid? No, not at all, dear Tiger Luna. Actually, this is not something that I, practically understand myself. It's not like anyone truly hears any of that and goes, oh yeah, makes sense. I've experienced going backwards in time and traveling at light speed and all that jazz. We just have maybe different perspectives of how we embrace that knowledge. On one hand, we can feel like we're supposed to understand it, and then we feel like that if we don't, then we're stupid, or that there's something wrong with us. But that's not the right way to go into this sort of thing. Instead, it's all about kind of suspending the fact that this is something impractical. It's all about expanding your mind into things that are wonderful and magical and mystifying and weird and very difficult to understand. That's something that I've learned the hard way through my experience of studying math and physics. And I think it's what separates, math and physics students from other students, is that the ones that go a far way in math and physics aren't the ones that understand it, but the ones that allow themselves to get lost in it. The ones that go, wow, I have no idea what any of that means. I want to continue learning. It's a way of being mystified by some of the observances that we have been making through science. So yeah, please don't see it as anything which is not capable within you. That if this isn't clicking, it's not supposed to. This is just for fun at the end of the day. Ultimately, secretly, I think, in the heart of every scientist is just a little kid who loves to explore these things because it fascinates them and it makes them wonder, and it creates so much possibility within their imagination. And it's just fun to learn about these things. And as long as that's being checked off for you, that's all that matters. And that's okay, dear not to stand user. And dear beloved raisin, oh my goodness. Beloved raisin. Beloved raven. You sure this was like the speed course? A class would be a lot slower. Absolutely. Yeah. Dear Drinskis, you ask, what are my thoughts on black holes' connection to cells within living beings? That's an interesting question. As far as we know, black holes can be any size. They could be so small that they could be all around us, so-called primordial black holes, but we've never detected them. All I can say is that I wouldn't recommend jumping in one. Probably unhealthy for your body. Hello, dear KP. Oh, you're always welcome to share what you're going through, not the stand user, even if it's a different vibe than what we're exploring now. So please don't feel like, because we're on this topic now, that something that's important to you isn't worthy of being expressed. Dear Raina, you had asked, what do I think of white holes? You just read that it's a time reverse of black holes from Penrose. That's right. Just like how antimatter is a solution to quantum mechanical equations, but with the time direction reversed. The solution to Einstein's field equations also have a positive and negative solution through time. The positive solution is a black hole, and the negative solution is a white hole. But unlike antimatter, which has been confirmed and is now used in many different circumstances, we've never discovered a white hole. So you can imagine that if a black hole is a region of space-time so dense and pulling everything inside of it that not even light can escape it, a white hole is a region of space and time so dense, but it's pushing everything outside at such a rate that nothing could ever enter it. So instead of being really dark and black, it'd be very bright. It'd be even brighter than the brightest suns. Just pure energy being released. And not just, in the visible light, but probably like gamma radiation kind of levels. The highest energy. Some people believe that our universe started from a white hole. Black holes kind of represent finality, and white holes represent beginnings anew. And the math behind the singularity at the beginning of our universe seems very similar to the math surrounding singularity of a white hole. That's kind of equivalent to saying that we might be inside a black hole, because also the inside of a black hole seems very similar to the outside of a white hole. Mathematically, it has similar symmetries, that you could go in a black hole and out a white hole. So we could be inside a black hole, but coming from a white hole in our universe. It's fun to think about. Thank you, dear Code Man, for your tiny yippee. Dear Megan, thank you for your 6 roses. Jaya Satchitanandam. And thank you, dear Megan and Native Girl, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Yeah, I like your metaphor of all of us being like cells, dear Drinsky, and our universe just being like a cell of something bigger. It's fun to think about. Makes you feel part of a bigger whole. Dear Tiger Luna, you share that you feel that you're dying. You're concerned about leaving your family behind. Aww. We stigmatize death so much that now we feel burdened for having gone through it. Hypothetically. But I know that all of my loved ones that have passed already wouldn't want me to be burdened by the fact that they had passed into something new. Love transcends death. And they would want us to continue to feel love, just as in the hypothetical scenario that you would die anytime soon, regardless of the timeline, that your love would continue and you would want your loved ones to be happy regardless. out, dear Megan, and wise words, dear Kristen. Drinskis, you ask, do I believe our perceived universe is headed in one direction by dark matter or energy? I think our universe is pretty evenly going in all directions. But there is a curious phenomena called dark flow. There's just a very slight preference for some of the movement of the galaxies in our universe. And some people have speculated that there might be something really anomalous outside of our observable universe that is kind of pulling at everything inside. And that's called dark flow. But it doesn't concern me. I should mention that no matter what's happening up there in the cosmos, you know, the real important stuff is always happening in our immediate life. In this present moment, what's occurring to you, like if you need to brush your teeth or take a cup of water or stretch or take care of some responsibility. But it is fun to think about these things. That's funny, Cheryl. As Descartes said, I'm pink, therefore I'm spam. Dear Kristen, you ask, do I believe in astral travel? Well, of course, we do so pretty much every night. The term astral from Eastern philosophy is a translation of one of the three levels of our being. In the so-called three-body doctrine, I don't know why they use the term doctrine. It's not a doctrine. It's more like a model. I use the word. There are three levels of our being. There is our physical. Our physical is called the sthula in Sanskrit, and it's translated to, as I said, physical. I think we all have an understanding of what the physical body is, you know. It includes our physical heart. Let's make a bigger heart for our guy. It includes our brain. It includes our ears, you know, our hands, our lungs, all of our physicality, all of the flesh and bones and blood and stuff. That's our physical body, our sthula. But we have a much more subtle body, which is bigger than the physical. And I'm just going to kind of draw it as these loops of vibrations. And this is called our... Oops. In Sanskrit, the word is sukshma. Our sukshma body. And it has various different translations. It has been translated to the astral. It has been translated to the dream. But the most formal definition of sukshma translation is subtle. And the sukshma body contains our mind, our senses, rather than the sense organs, and all of the chakras, from our root all the way up to our heart, etc. And in everyday life, this includes your thoughts, this includes your feelings, this includes your imagination, this includes your desires, this includes your fears, All of this is part of the Sukshma. And it is what we experience when we are dreaming, for example. It is what you would experience when you're astral traveling, for example. It's what you interact with through therapy, because your body could be perfectly healthy, but if you experience trauma at a deeper level, then there's something more subtle still impressed upon the individual. And there's a whole other body which is very difficult to describe, but it's called the causal. But that's kind of out of the context of the question, which was on astral travel. So astral travel doesn't actually mean that you go out of your body physically and to somewhere else physical. It metaphorically means you go out of your physical body and into your astral body. So your astral body isn't moving. You are moving into the astral level. In other words, you're no longer conscious at the level of the physical. You're conscious at the level of the subtle. So you interface with your subconscious, your dreams, your desires, and it can be a very visual experience. Because again, our subtle body is part of our senses, which include our sight, sound, smell, taste, feeling, as well as the sixth sense, which is thinking. So you still have a sensory experience, but not of anything external, of something internal. Such is why the experiences that happen at a subtle level begin to form our dreams, our nightmares, etc. And that's what we're experiencing during so-called astral travel. Thinking is a sense, asks Illis Philosophy. Thinking is a sense. It's part of the inner senses. There are 5 outer senses and 4 inner senses. In Sanskrit, the 5 outer senses are called the Jnanendriyas. This includes sight, this includes sound, this includes taste, smell, and touch. That's the outer senses. But the inner senses, called the Antahkaranas, it includes your mind, your sense of thought, your intellect, your sense of decision making, your sense of discernment, discrimination. It includes your ego. Fun fact, ego is one of your 4 inner senses, which is your sense of self. And then there is the consciousness, which is the most basic sense of all. It's the sense of being. These are the 5 outer senses in Sanskrit, and the 4 inner senses. And you can add to the list of Jnanendriyas. Native Girl is talking about something else, which is in Sanskrit called the Karmendriyas, which are another category of 5 senses that includes balance and whatnot. And each of these groups is associated with a different quality of existence. For example, the Antahkaranas are associated with the quality of sattva. The karmendriyas are associated with the quality of tamas, and the jnanendriyas are associated with the quality of rajas. And it's said that everything in the material world is threefold according to these three qualities: rajas, tamas, and sattva. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, is it Antharkarana? That's a great question. Why have I spelt it Anthakarana? It's because this H here is actually a visarga, an expulsion of breath, which comes from the word Anthar, which indeed has a refa at the end, which is a form of visarga. But when the visarga, even in the form of refa, appears before a voiceless guttural consonant like K, then it remains as it is. And actually that pronunciation of the visarga at the end of the word Andhar becomes what we talked about before as the Jivha Mulya, which is a very rare sound in Sanskrit, but it's actually not rare at all. Jiva Mulya in English, that's just the English letter H. But in Sanskrit, it's a very rare sound, that H. Yeah. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your fest burst. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Quindor, you shared, be cool of me to post these lives to YouTube. Well, maybe we should start doing that. In fact, why don't I send a prayer to my past self so I can start doing that maybe about a year ago. Looks like my past self has answered my time traveling prayer. And you'll find all of the lives over the past year already posted there. And a bunch of other stuff too. Thank you for giving me a seamless segue to advertise that, dear Quindora, or Kindora. What about the old Yamsox? The old Yamsox, he's become yam fries. The life cycle of all Yamsoxes, eventually they become yam fries. Thank you, native girl, for your pair of finger hearts. Dham Namaschandraya. Dear Kristen, you ask, so if people experience different emotions, they are on different wavelengths, so the waves must match. That's right, but it's going to be natural that we're not at the same wavelength all of the time. And that's one of the things that's out of our control. That the specific energy that we are at is not guaranteed to always be matched by the people around us. It's part of the principles behind the three guna, the qualities of rajas, tamas, and sattva. And so we have to make room for life in which we're not going to always be at the same wavelength, unfortunately. Dear Chelsea, you ask, do we influence the wavelengths of those around us, though? Absolutely. If you've ever walked a dog, you'll know that your dog becomes very anxious walking by some people and just very happy walking by other people. Might even be the same person wearing the same clothes on different occasions. Because what's going on in a person's mind creates a kind of effect for what's around them. Even if a person isn't directly expressing their joy, they could have an entirely straight face. They could be talking about something dreadfully serious. But inside, if they are blissful, you just kind of feel blissful in their presence too. Conversely, someone could be putting on a happy face and talking about things that are wonderful. But if inside they're very depressed, you can also feel that at some level too. So there is a kind of transparency in what's going on in our minds. And the reason that is, by the way, is because our subtle body, which includes the mind, is bigger than the physical body. That the body is inside the mind, and so the mind occupies a greater space. Or I should say the subtle body occupies a greater space. But you can colloquially just refer to the mind as the subtle body as a whole. Now, on a very related topic, dear Chris, you had asked, does reality only exist in our mind? The difficulty in answering that question is that I can say yes and elicit two very different responses depending on who is listening to that answer. I could say, yes, reality only exists in your mind, and that creates a fear response because now everyone else is an illusion or a hallucination of just one being. But that's not the way that I would like for you to understand the answer, yes, reality does only exist in the mind. I mean to imply that in a very empowering sense that still gives room for multiple different people all sharing reality collectively in their mind. So it's not that we share, it's not that we don't share a reality. It's that we all have unique minds, and within all of our minds is reality, is the physical world. Because when you look through your own experience, your mind is your portal, your gateway to understanding everything about the physical world. So from your perspective, the physical world, everything that you know comes from your mind. But you are not the only one with a mind. Everyone has their own mind, and we're all different minds at that level. But we share the same reality in our minds. We just look at it from different angles. And thank you, dear Tapini, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Cece, you ask, does this apply to animals too, with them experiencing it through their mind? Yep. Yeah, the only difference between humans and other animals is that humans can break their karmas. But same consciousness, same ability to have a mind. The only difference is that a human can break their karmas at any time. In other words, humans are not bound by their karmas. You have the ability to change your mind at any time. For example, you could spend how many years at university studying computer science, and then suddenly you go, I am going to now study acting. Even though you've already dedicated so much of your action, so much of your karma to the study of computer science, at any point you could go, I want to do acting. And that's the breaking of karma. You're not bound by your actions anymore. Dear Chelsea, you ask, so if an animal can't break their karmic cycle, then are they stuck as animals forever? No, because being human is a part of every being's karmic cycle. That you go through all, it said, 8.4 million different wombs. And one of those wombs is a human womb. In other words, part of our karmic cycle is to be animals too. If we don't break our karmic cycles, then we serve a tenure as an animal, which isn't all that bad. And if you really want to have your mind blown, that's the definition of hell in Eastern philosophy, which is much better than the hell of a fiery inferno of infinite suffering in other philosophies. That hell in the East is just being an animal for a few lifetimes. So it's not as bad as you think. There's two reactions that people have to that fact. They go, it's not bad to be an animal. But the correct interpretation is, oh, hell isn't that bad, if that's what it means. So that's the karma. Someone who does something terrible, they have to live like a bug or a bird or a horse in their next life. And they learn the value of the lessons of an animal life that clearly have been forgotten in their recent human incarnation. And then once they're human again, they can get right back at the action. Dear Nagrom, you ask, can you guess what someone could come back as? Yes. Yes. What you come back as is entirely determined by your cumulative thoughts. And you are afforded the minimum body in order to fulfill whatever your culminating thought is in life. If you're always thinking about food, and unfortunately, a lot of people think a lot about food, well, you can see how you don't necessarily need a human body next time in order to fulfill that cumulative thought. Because human or animal is able to experience the joy of food. You don't need a human body for that. If you are constantly living life basically just as another animal, then in your next life you get demoted because you didn't take advantage of what's unique to you in a human body. If you spend your life just searching for food, a mate, and shelter, which many of us unfortunately do, we just now do it a little bit more with a human touch, instead of having to eat off the berries of a bush, we go into restaurants, and instead of finding a nice nest, we strive for manors and mansions, and instead of searching for a mate, we're always on dating apps, etc. That all of that is not unique to humans. So your karma would innately lead most likely to an animal incarnation, because you've essentially signaled to the universe that everything that I want is something that I don't have to be human for. And because human is a rare birth, then it's an efficient system that way, that you don't need a human birth next time. So if you want to ensure a human birth, then you're going to have to strive for things that really only humans can do as your ultimate goal in life. Like art, for example. You can really make some wonderful art. As humans, the pursuit of knowledge, of science, of your spiritual practice, expanding your sense of self, trying to solve the mysteries of life, these are things that a human body is uniquely suited for. So how can we get promoted and not demoted, asks Chris. Well, actually, you're at CEO level. The human is the most advanced spiritual system. So there's no further promotion. However, there is so-called celestial beings. But it's not that they're at a higher state of evolution. It's like vacation. That in vacation, you're not pursuing your highest self. You're just kind of taking a break, relaxing. And so that's what is considered heaven in the East, is a vacation from your higher quest. But the highest quest is fulfilled uniquely in a human body. But yeah, you can go into a celestial incarnation. But just like animal, you won't be able to create any new karmas. You won't be able to break out of old karmas. In other words, you're forced to be on vacation. And if that sounds wonderful, then, Godspeed. In the same way that if it sounds wonderful to be an animal, then, Godspeed. Nothing wrong with any incarnation. It's just a matter of what you would like to do in this world. And that's the yogic science behind it. Dear Chelsea, you ask, what makes the celestial bodies more of a break than living as an animal? Because it's tough work living as an animal. Most animals, they have to really struggle for survival every day, but your survival is guaranteed in a celestial incarnation. There's no pain, but animals do go through a lot of pain, that's for sure. Especially the way that we take care of our animals today. It's even harder to live as an animal than ever before. Dear CC, you ask, does that mean you've done well in past lives to be at this point now? Absolutely. The fact that all of us are human tells us that we have very good karma in our past lives. Even if you've experienced a lot of trauma, the fact that you have this incredible system before you called a human being is the result of very good karma. Because this system is so advanced that even if you've experienced the most difficult trauma, you're still able to realize your ultimate potential. You can put it like that. That no matter how much pain you've gone through in a human body, it is able to keep going in pursuit of its highest truth. So that's what we're very fortunate with. That's funny, dear Donsuela. You'd like to be in creative mode a bit after if you could. Entirely understandable. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Sid and Nancy. There's a lot of wonderful engagement. Dear Kristen, you ask, what karma to be a plant? That would be a part of it's a good question, actually. Not a lot of responsibilities as a plant. Maybe you could say that's the physical example of a celestial incarnation. To be a plant. Very simple. Just be as you are, as a flower. Maybe that's the vacation. But in any case, the most advanced facilities are in a human being. And Cynthia, you ask, you thought it was to be a god. That is true. That is the traditional understanding. That the higher births are to be like Brahma, the creator, or Indra, lord of the world, or Varuna, of the wind, Agni, fire. These are all celestial incarnations. And after their tenure at the celestial plane, they must return back to Earth. But I could see how plants serve that purpose in other metaphorical ways. There are many different ways of looking at this. Hello, dear Hiya de la Luna. Tatomasi, you ask, how can we ever go backwards then? I'm uncertain the context in which you ask this. If you could rephrase, I'd appreciate that. Riri, you share, there is a deeper meaning behind why it's harder to be an animal, but you don't know the words. I trust in your ability to find them. It is a stoic life. Your responsibility as an animal is a very beautiful and simple one, as a role model for the natural landscape. You are part of something very beautiful but evolving. Dear Cynthia, you ask, what is the point of remembering or rediscovering ourselves so that we ultimately are free from the limitations of ignorance? When we are not in the knowledge of our true self, then we suffer, because if we believe that we're a body and we're a mind, then we are subject to the suffering of the body and the mind, which definitely goes through pains. If you know your true self to be beyond these things, then whatever happens to your body and mind, you have the peace of knowing it doesn't affect your true self. Dear Derek, you ask, and the people who are human, but they don't have a home, they have equal potential for happiness, just as we all do. And part of their potential is in our compassion and empathy for each other. And therefore, it's part of our duty as fellow humans to ensure that such humans are able to manifest their full potential. And if that means attending to the problem of people who are unhomed, then that's our dharma. That's our responsibility. But no matter how grim your circumstances of life is, you have a fully functioning system that's able to bring your awareness to something much higher. Dear Riri, you ask, why do animals live more painful lives now? What does that say about us? It says that right now, never before, our help is most needed, and therefore our ability to do good is at its highest. Hello, dear Mark Smith. Mo, you ask why they return to Earth? Are they higher level human? Everyone returns to Earth after another incarnation, eventually. Because this is the place for us to evolve spiritually. A vacation can only last as long as you can afford it. Similarly, a rehabilitation sentence only lasts as long, ideally, as the justice system requires. So too, all of our actions have temporary effects, and the afterlife is one of those things that can only be temporary in nature due to the fact that it's a consequence of actions which are finite. Thank you for the follow, dear Alice. Dear Chris, you had asked, do I think that artificial intelligence takes over in the future? I don't think so, because intelligence is highly correlated with compassion and empathy. There's always going to be exceptions, but the most intelligent people are often the ones that are highly aware of the nature of suffering and our ability to do something about that too. And so the more intelligent anything gets, even if it's computational in nature, I believe has the same trajectory. Because emotional intelligence is a part of intelligence. That at some point you can only get so smart, scientifically, logically, and you have to expand in other dimensions to grow intellectually. We have to grow into emotional intelligence and interpersonal intelligence, and all of that is included in intelligence. Dear Tatvamasi, you asked, do we go back to simpler forms after already experiencing a human incarnation? Yes, that's what we were just talking about. If you are living life basically no different than an animal, then the system is so efficient that, well, you can live exactly as you are now, just as an animal. If we are living only for the purpose of chasing food, shelter, and a mate, then you can see how it's unnecessary to do so through a human body, which is capable of much more than just searching for food, a mate, shelter, etc. And that's what an animal body is built for. Nothing wrong with that, but that's how it works. Dear $, you ask, can you incarnate into the past, or is the timeline linear? Do I know? I don't know, but I think by Occam's razor, it's probably most simple if you incarnate more linearly than not. That's not to say it's not possible for there to be more complex dynamics in time, but I would expect that just as most things in our reality is going forward in time, that the process of reincarnation would work similarly also. Dear Anna, you ask, do animals have the feelings but not the consciousness of those feelings? No, they have both. Animals have feelings and consciousness, same as we do. Only difference is their karma, their action. that the activities of an animal is different depending on what kind of animal you are, but absolute same level of consciousness, same level of feelings. Thank you for the follow, dear Lauren and Siham. Tatvamasi, you ask, when an infant cries for food, is it suffering? Does it contribute to future suffering? Well, an infant cries definitely differently than many of the ways we cry as an adult, because it's their main form of communication. So they're not necessarily suffering in the same way that we are when we cry as an adult at times. That's their way of communicating to their mother or father the need for food or a diaper change, etc. But definitely, if they continue to go without food or stay in a dirty diaper, that will adversely affect their health and their body will suffer as a consequence. Hello, dear Janie. Dear Laburkatron, you ask, what am I doing actively for the animals? Well, one thing that I try to do is raise awareness for their health and welfare, encouraging but not demanding a vegetarian lifestyle, and considering how our actions affect the world around us, making sure that you're not throwing anything out that might affect the ecosystem. These are all things that we can do every day for our animals. Oh, I'm happy to hear that there is an understanding, dear Riri. And thank you, dear Mark Smith, for the quartet of roses that you had sent earlier. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Druman Troll, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Starlight Wow, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you for such wonderful reminders, dear Wow. Dear Jessie, you ask, what's the relationship between neurodivergence and spirituality? They are one of the same. Just when you're looking at it from the context of the world, then it's a divergence in your neurology. But if you're looking at it from the context of your spirit, then it's spirituality. But they are one and the same, just seen from different perspectives. The spiritual person is the one that is diverging from typical neurology. And the more we embrace our neurodivergent traits, the more spiritual we become, and vice versa. Dear Donsuela, you asked, what is the karmic consequence of those who live in material comfort, ignorant of human suffering? It means that they are not fully taking advantage of their human faculties to go beyond comfort, and as such may experience having a different incarnation in their next life, such as being raised as an animal, and maybe experiencing discomfort as an animal. And then when the lesson is learned, returning to a human incarnation. Hello, dear Josh. That's right, dear Lauren. Every incarnation adds to the universe. And dear Queen Dora, you share that animals deserve better from most people. Indeed. And that's exactly the karmic consequence of being born as an animal. If you can't empathize with what it's like to go through something like that, well, in your next life, you'll probably go through something like that. Dear Chihiro, you share that you wish that you believed in an afterlife, as it would make your dad's death easier. Afterlife doesn't have to be a matter of belief, but an experiential reality. For example, even though your father has come to pass, you're still learning to understand what that means for you, which means that your relationship with him is continuing to evolve. There's an afterlife happening. It's just that now the physical body is no longer your mailbox for you to deliver your messages, but you have to find other ways of interacting with your father. For example, through therapy, through ceremony, through writing a letter and throwing it in fire or in water. All of these things allow us to take our messages and deliver it to whatever our Father means for us. And so there is an experiential feeling of contact continuing. Dear Brain or Brian, you said you're struggling to be positive. Well, if positive was easy, we'd all be doing it. It's just easier to be negative. But that's why it's so much more important to be positive. And one way to make it easier is to allow ourselves to be where we're at. If we are feeling guilty for not being positive, well, that's not very positive. The positive thing to do when you're feeling negative is to allow yourself to be feeling like that. So it's perfectly valid to be feeling what you're feeling. And as a whole, by the law of incremental growth, we can become more and more positive as the days go by, not overnight. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yahoo! And Jan Deeg, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And dear Jenny, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your stinging beat. Ariom Tatsat. And dear Dylan Sean, thank you for your quintet of finger hearts. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear Quindora, you may ask my thoughts on the Bible. It is, along with the scriptures of all the world's religions, a possibility for you to become more and more devotional and compassionate if you continue to reflect on the verses and find an interpretation that expands your sense of self. But that requires a lot of self-effort, meditation, prayer, and continued practice on the core principles. Dear G to Infinity, you share that it took a while to realize that those that are bullied are usually those that don't align, and thus social structure wants us to be kept in line with status and quo, but we're not supposed to. Yeah, it's very true. We're trying to force other people, sometimes physically, into our worldview. But the differences all around us are not for us to force into a worldview, but for us to expand our worldview into, to accommodate it. And Dear Blue Lily, you had asked, do I have any books to recommend for the Western mind to better understand Eastern beliefs? Well, that's the funny thing, is that the Western mind tends to search for understanding through external things like books and courses and teachers. So, counterintuitively, the way to understand Eastern beliefs is to go not into another book or course or teacher, but into your own experience. In other words, instead of assuming that there's a truth out there that you need to discover and that you're missing it inside, we flip the script in Eastern philosophy and say that there's nothing outside that we don't already have inside. And so the first step is to introspect. If there is going to be a book that'll help you with that process, it's a blank one that you get to write in. So you make the assumption that there's something already in your experience that speaks to the highest truth. Therefore, we sieve our experience through a fine mesh screen of discrimination and are able to pull out truth directly from our experience. And the wonder of that is now you have 100% confidence because it's something you witness as part of yourself rather than taken by authority, someone who had experienced something that you have not. We look for the authority of direct perception of the universal truths we've already been experiencing, just hiding behind the circumstances of life. Now, anyway, the funny thing is there are many books that can help us go within to do just that. One of them is the Bhagavad Gita, an ancient scripture that covers all of these things in detail. Another one is Moksha, one that we are reading a little section at a time every day. And so let us do so. We've had a very large introduction and we've kind of already went into our Q&A portion, but usually I like to start the lives with a reading. So before we continue further, I would like to finish up the last chapter that we were reading. And I hope to return back to the curiosity that has been expressed, that I hadn't attended to, but I am needing to finish this. So where we left off, our dear protagonist was learning how to read Sanskrit and understand it through a teacher named Miss Nandi. She's trying to understand a sacred text called The Seer and the Seen, which was deposited on her desk not so long ago by a mysterious being in her life named Sid. That night, as I lay in my narrow cot, fingering the corrugated beads of the mala that she was gifted by dear Miss Nandi, not unlike the Rudraksha mala around my neck, thoughts and images drifted by of the 10 boys that we heard in her story and their misguided leader, of the 7 stages of life where I had not advanced past stage 1, ignorance. Sanskrit had become my refuge, my excuse, and Om Depot, my safe haven, well away from the poisonous atmosphere that Pepe, my associate, and I now occupied. To him, I was ineffective, unsuccessful, a failure. I had let him down. I saw him as being inappropriately gullible and credulous in expecting me to wrench those girls that he was taking care of from their abusive families. Our work had become mechanical. There was no discussion, no laughter, no sharing of meals. There were also no news of the girls. One slim possibility was to pay off the village headman, who would sell his mother for a few dollars. But he would want a large sum. Where would we get it? We had no savings. I sat up, reached for my laptop. The day before he killed himself, Rory had emailed me videos of his older brother Jonas. I searched for the file. Theater of the absurd, I would have called them, had they not been real. Jonas, his muscular wrestler's body, well-oiled, hair slicked back in a loincloth, taking a stance like a sumo wrestler, and a naked, brown, half-starved boy cowering in a corner. Jonas's particular weakness: brown, half-starved boys, readily available at a reasonable price. Rory may have sent me the videos as protection, I thought. But protection from what? At that moment I saw with sudden clarity that I could use the videos as leverage with his father. Helmut Gerhardt, chairman of the conglomerate Gerhardt Industries. He would not want these videos of his firstborn and heir apparent circulating across the internet. He would be humiliated if Jonas was arrested. And what would that do to the stock price? In exchange for the videos, I could name my price. Enough for the headman, for Pepe, for the abused girls, for me. Dreams, then nothing. 10 boys swim across a river. A sudden storm arises. The boys struggle against the current. They won't make it. The leader steps in last, but he is in trouble as well. I sleep the sleep of forgetting. And that's the end of the 3rd chapter. In between chapters, there's another layer to the story, as our protagonist is not just your average American woman, but the Divine Mother incarnate, along with the Divine Father and many other divine beings. And so this is the level of the story that's happening divinely. Is she for real? She's clueless. And where is he, the Lord of the universe? In a meditative trance or drunken stupor? Muthu swung his aunt's plastic shopping bag onto the shop counter. Miss Nandi clucked disapprovingly as she examined the tomato that had tumbled out and then fished into the bag for okra, lentils, and packets of green beans and rice, thinking that she might make a spicy sambar for lunch. She threw Muthu a pitying glance. Here he was, Murugan, the Lord of War, who in past epochs had winged his way on his peacock Parvani across worlds to free enslaved peoples. Now, sadly in shorts, a half-sleeved polyester bush shirt, rubber chapels, and driving a patched-up car he'd put together himself. She secretly smiled to herself. She was pleased with her role at the time. In the past, she had been Nandi, the bull, Shiva's Vahana, his vehicle. She had his full protection, but she knew the gods did not respect her. They did not acknowledge the great service she performed daily for her Lord and humanity. This time, she was to be a teacher. Appropriately, a female teacher. It was time for women to be recognized as the great teachers of the world. Sid, of course, was the world's teacher, but he was all logic and rationality. She would provide beauty, emotion, and the humanity of the teachings. The fate of the universe depended on this naive American girl being able to recognize who she was. And she, Nandi the Bull, Miss Nandi, proprietor of Om Depot and retired professor, was tasked to get her there. Any improvement from last year? Muthu asked churlishly. She is steeped in darkness, Murugan, his aunt said with a sigh, but she has taken the first step. She has returned to us. He headed for the door. By the way, I've accepted a job in a bank in Chennai, he said. Things are too slow around here, and I can barely make ends meet. I'll leave the car. You can rent it to the American. Tell her it's a hybrid. Part German, part Japanese, part this and part that. He let out a harsh cackle. Unruffled, Miss Nandi put away the shopping bag and pulled out a fresh sheet of paper from a sheaf on the counter. Had she trotted out the antiquated tale of the 10th boy too soon? The rishis, those ancient sages, taught through stories, but this time a direct American approach might be more effective. With relish, Miss Nandi sharpened a pencil and began the delightful task of preparing a lesson plan. And Ganesha, any news? Muthu stopped to inquire after his little brother. No news, Miss Nandi said, and the two remained silent for a few moments. Both knew that without the auspicious one, nothing could begin. Unless we also end the first act of this book, next time we'll begin the second act. Ayam Atma Brahma, the self is Brahman, a quote from the Mandukya Upanishad. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to continuing this with you next time. Things are in motion. Action is rising. And our dear American is beginning to embark on the quest to discover her true nature as the Divine Mother of the universe. May these readings continue to calm your mind and awaken your heart. Namaste. All right. Normally we do that at the beginning of the Sangha, but there was just so much lively engagement at the beginning that I had to wait until there was a good moment. That was a good moment. Now we can go back into our manana, our discussion. And thank you, dear Jan Deek, for the 20 roses that you had sent earlier. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your TGIF. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, John Simon, for your heart me. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. And thank you, Carrie King, for your quartet of roses. Hare Krishna. Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Jan. Welcome back, dear Dansuela. Thank you, Sabi Kitty, for having shared the live. Dear Shakti. You wonder who is the author? The author of this book that we're reading is Tara Lamont. She is a friend and fellow student of one of our Sangis, Sky Guardian. As such, she had asked her to send it along with a personal letter, which is very lovely, that I read the first episode, as she is very grateful that we are reading this together. Blue Lily, you ask, do I have a favorite mantra? I have a lot of mantras that are dear to my heart. Basically all of the ones that I share with you, particularly in honor of a gift that's sent. So there's a list that you can find in the Frequently Asked Questions document on the Linktree in my bio of practically all of the mantras that I share and their meaning. With some hypertext. Is that what it's called? Hypertext? A hyperlink? Anyway, you can click on a lot of the mantras or some of the words in the mantras, and it'll take you to appropriate articles. Dear Jen, you ask if I can speak on Kriya Yoga. Absolutely. Yoga is a word that means union. And there are so many things for us to unify ourselves with in life. Like the way that we conduct our breath, pranayama yoga, the way that we become engaged in the world around us, called karma yoga, how we are engaged in the body, hatha yoga. Kriya is another word that means action, just like karma means action. But karma yoga is about our actions for others. Kriya yoga is about our actions that we do with our body. For example, it includes hatha yoga and pranayama yoga, since our body and breath are subjects of Kriya. There is a great lineage of Kriya yogis stemming from Mahavatar Babaji, who is nicknamed the Yogi Christ because he's been living in the Himalayas for about 2,000 years since the time of Christ. And in the few centuries before, it is said that Mahavatar Babaji initiated the great Lahiri Mahasaya into the science of Kriya Yoga, and he initiated Swami Sri Yukteswar Giri into Kriya Yoga, and then initiated Paramahansa Yogananda into the science of Kriya Yoga, and then instructed him to share that with the whole of the world, such is why we're even aware of the term Kriya Yoga in the West. Generally, Kriya is all about using the breath to dissolve karmas and withdraw your energy into the spine. The fundamental practice of Kriya Yoga is called the Kriya breath. The philosophy of Kriya Yoga is that on the order of 1 million lifetimes, the order of magnitude wouldn't change between lifetimes and years that much, but on the order of about 1 million years over many lifetimes, that's about how long it takes for a person to naturally become enlightened. Enlightenment is a natural process. After like 1 million years or so, they say, in the philosophy of Kriya Yoga, that a soul attains realization. But there's ways of accelerating that process. Since it's based on the year, the Kriya Yogis say you can simulate a year's worth of evolution by traveling up and down the spine. That's your inner solar system. The energies as it goes up and down the spine. So if you can bring 100% of your conscious awareness onto your spine and breathe up and down, then you're simulating 1 year of spiritual growth that would normally take 365 days, but now in a single breath. So if you can do 1 million conscious breaths on the spine, 1 million Kriya breaths, then you can attain liberation in this lifetime. That's the philosophy. So it's very related to various tantric lineages that have a lot of focus on the body. And of course is a part of yoga, one of the 6 schools of Indian philosophy. And for that I recommend reading Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda, or /and his guru's book called The Holy Science by Sri Yukteswar Giri. Dear Anna, you shared that you chanted the 108 names of Mahavatar Babaji for 5 months, and I helped you so much. I'm very happy to hear that. Dear Jen, you ask, does Babaji have an anthology, an avatar before? That's a great question. His life is shrouded in mystery, and only the masters truly know his higher identity. There are stories of what his life was like before he initiated Lahiri Mahasaya into the lineage of Kriya Yoga. For example, it's said that over the course of those thousands of years, it was not uncommon every century or so to see a little boy walking up the Himalayas just at the age of 7 or 8. And naturally, most people stop this little boy who's walking up the Himalayas with no clothes on, with no parents. Could you imagine all the mothers here? If you saw a little boy climbing up a mountain, highest mountain range in the world, by himself without any parents or clothes, you'd think, my goodness, little boy, where are your parents? But this little boy would say, it's okay. I am a yogi. I have consciousness, little boy. Where are your parents? But this little boy would say, it's okay. I am a yogi. I have consciousness, little boy. This little boy. Where are your parents? But this little boy would say, it's okay. I am a yogi. I have consciousness. If my internet connection has returned, please let me know. We're back. Okay. I'm happy to hear that. So yes. No body can last forever, not even the great Mahavatar Babaji. So every 100 years or so he has to put on a new body and walk all the way back up to the Himalayas. So it is said. Thank you, dear Jenny, for the dozen roses that you had sent. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Little Potato Sam, thank you for the heart me that you had sent too. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Anna, you ask what to do when you want to banish bad habits from your life but can't change your environment. A good question. And I feel like subtext of this question comes from a place where our environment is triggering us to find coping mechanisms, and not all of them healthy. And it's true that we can't always change our environment, our circumstance. And habits are hard to break. The word choice of banish is very understandable. However, it is not going to be the case that we can banish our habits. Habits are something that are replaced gradually, like a fossil, over time. That when they discover dinosaur bones, most of the time they're not actually discovering the bone as it was, but the minerals that have seeped into the bone and over time replaced it. So it's like the dinosaur left a mold of their bones, and then other minerals filled that mold, so we get to see the shape of their skeleton. Likewise, our habits have to be replaced just like a fossil is being replaced by another mineral over a long period of time. Something much stronger. For example, if you are struggling with alcohol, what alcohol does is it helps us forget. If there are things in our life that being aware of them is too painful, it lowers our awareness to the point where we become ignorant of the things that are bothering us. And thus for a moment we feel temporary relief. But a much more healthy habit is allowing yourself to be aware of that, but processing that experience rather than trying to suppress it. So therapy is really helpful. Talking about your feelings with another person's really helpful. Going for walks, having routine. And none of that will happen after the alcoholism goes, just like a fossil being replaced. First, the new experience has to come, and slowly that makes up the whole over time. But there's always going to be a period of time where there's both. There's both the habits that you want and the habits that are no longer healthy. And you don't have to judge yourself for still having a bad habit, especially not as you are pursuing habits that over time will replace those bad habits. So even if you are presently struggling with some bad habit, but you're putting in the effort to replace that with good habits, then that's enough. You're doing exactly what you need to at this moment. It doesn't have to be banished overnight per se, but gradually implemented. Victor, you ask, what are good habits? Good habits are ones that expand your sense of self, long-term are healthy for your body and your mind, and are role model traits for the people around you. You're very welcome, dear Anna. It's a very sensible and relatable question to all of us. And thank you for the follow, dear KK. Not the stand user, you share that you don't know how to process feeling responsible for someone's death. Yeah, that is a very difficult thing to process, but actually asking or sharing that is a part of the process. That the process is allowing yourself to be challenged by this new experience. You kind of have to tussle with it. Just like after you get your arm set in a cast, if you broke it, the pain is part of the body's process to signal in healing. Almost any time that the body is in pain, that pain is part of the process to signal in healing and change. Likewise, this uncertainty that we're feeling, dealing with feeling responsible for another person's death, the difficulty in coming to terms with that is a part of the process. So you're already processing, I mean to imply. Likewise, if someone goes into therapy, therapy is a very difficult thing to go through. Not as difficult as the drama, but up there, because you have to face all of the challenging emotions and work through them. And so part of the pain of therapy is the healing process, for example. Whatever we go through, continuing to be aware of something that is painful signals the energies to go there, physically or mentally, and start untangling things. Healing is a natural consequence of just living. That as long as you are alive, you are healing. But it's the ways that we restrict our life, like repressing our feelings, that's when healing is going to be on pause or slowed down. But that's not to say that your pain should make up 100% of your awareness, because that will repress other parts of your life. So to keep everything in your awareness as balanced as possible means to be at maximum healing potential. Be aware of the pain, but be aware of everything in your life that you can be grateful for. Continue to expand your consciousness and awareness, and don't repress the negativity, nor forget about the positivity. Continue to be, and this too shall pass. Dear Victor, you had asked, why do you feel pain? Pain is your indication that something needs to change in order for you to live your best life. If you stick your hand in fire, two things happen. Your hand gets burnt, which is a bad thing. But your body signals pain, which is a good thing. Because if you just had the burning of your hand without the pain, then you might not know that you should retract your hand in order to keep the functioning of your hand at optimal ability. So whenever there is some pain, that's typically an indication, a blessing, truly, that, you know, we're in fire in some way and we need to get out of that fire. Pain implies that there's something you can do about it. There'd be no point in your body creating the sensation of pain for you to experience if it didn't put faith in your ability to do something about it. For example, if you had no ability to take your hand out of the fire, then the body would evolve something different where it would give up and it wouldn't signal pain, because then there'd be no point in the pain. So the pain helps us understand that there's something that we can do differently. However, there is the concept of chronic pain, which is a little different, I think, in the grand scheme of things, because not everyone who experiences chronic pain is able to do something about their pain. And so instead of the lesson of learning how to manage these faculties in a way that's pain-free, I think the lesson is to discover how much of your life is in this moment untouched by that pain, to withdraw inward to something that is, even in this moment, free from suffering. A day late and $1 short. You ask, how did I get so wise? I don't think it was anything of my doing. And I thank you for finding any wisdom here. I tell you what, that I'm a goofball, and it's a miracle that anything of value is shared during these live streams. And so for that, I'm grateful for all of the wonderful things in my life that I'm able to reflect on during this space. And really, this space allows me to get in touch with something beyond my limited self. And the source of any wisdom, if there is at all any, is beyond just what's happening here. Yeah, that's very true, dear Amanda. Not the stand user. You share, you feel so selfish ignoring the first call because you needed to work early. Hey, it's not your fault. Who knows what the nature of that call could be? That call could have taken place after what had happened, or after they had already decided, and nothing could have changed that. The way you think about this changes how you go forward from here, and it's not going to do you any help to think about what could have been different. All we can do, even in such a traumatic experience, especially in such a traumatic experience, is to know that it's not your fault. In case your subconscious needs to hear that again, it's not your fault. It will never be your fault. And any way of looking at it which makes you at fault is unhealthy, because it's not going to change how you go forward from here. What you can do is value what lessons you are learning, even if it's not your fault, which it's not. That doesn't mean there aren't lessons here. And the fact that you're learning something doesn't imply that you have done something wrong and that you're to blame, but that now there's something for you to become more aware of and learn. And that's not a punishment, but a blessing. Whenever you are able to learn something new, that's a blessing. What has happened that was very traumatic is not a blessing. But your ability to learn from it and go forward with now a heightened sense of understanding of your responsibility for friends and family, and for your own methods of releasing pain that don't involve hurting others, that is definitely a blessing. So what you're going through right now is not a punishment. It's not a matter of you having done the wrong thing and now you're facing this, or that you could have done the right thing and you wouldn't have to go through this. What you're going through right now, it's up to you to make that a part of a process that continues to awaken virtues in you. And self-doubt and guilt is not the lesson. Dear Riri, you ask, how can you love sleeping people in a way that they can feel and make sense to them? By not being loud. You love them by letting them sleep. If you love someone and they're sleeping, the best thing you can do is let them sleep as long as they need. Make the situation around them as suitable for sleep as possible. I understand the differences in your different accounts, dear Mirna. Yes, it is very hard, dear Not the Stand user. No one will tell you that it's an easy journey. The truth is that if we beat ourselves up for what we could have done, then we're not truly present. And everything that you need to attend to exists now. The past cannot be attended to. There's nothing about it to attend to. It cannot be changed. What matters now is what we are doing in this moment. This moment you share. None of us know how we'd behave knowing we have a year left, right? That is something that we can come into awareness of. That becoming conscious of our mortality is something that should be done with grace. And you wanted to help him near the end as you grew closer, as his cancer grew. And I'm sure you have in many ways. Someone that you're helping with, if they do something that is clearly an irresponsible thing to do, is not a reflection of your inability to help. There are things that we can't help with, and ultimately, an individual's ability to change is up to them. But we can make our environment around them as helpful as we can in order for that decision to be easier. But their decision does not reflect ours, because they have free will, and so do you. All we can do is aim for a productive environment so that it's just the easiest thing for them to do, to be helped, to change, to grow. So Victor, you ask, if change is ultimately up to the individual, then why listen to me? If there's anything that you can relate with at a personal level, that's for you. My words are not to tell you how to live your life, but come from an expression of my experience. And if you can see yourself in my experience, then it's not about one person talking to another, but one person expressing an experience that applies for the same self, just in another experience. As we share one consciousness, but many minds and many bodies, what applies at the level of consciousness applies for all. Hello, dear Eden. Dear Unattended Godot, you ask, what do I think about euthanasia? It's ultimately a person's choice, what they do with their body. And yet, it's our responsibility to try to maximize the possibilities that exist for other people and their bodies. So it's simultaneously their right. They want to drop the body, they can do so. But it's our duty to remind them of all the potential they still have left with their body. If someone says that they want to with their body, if someone says that they want to, absolutely our duty to bring into their awareness all of the life they still have to live. And if they decide to change their mind or not, is still ultimately their choice. But without a doubt, it's our duty to maximize the potential for each person. The most difficult part of that is that we really should not be dismissing their struggle. And so often than not, telling someone how much they have to live for is dismissive of the struggle that they have, even though it's true from your perspective. From their perspective, what they need is to be validated in what they're going through. And that's a very difficult balance, because what they want to hear is their struggle validated. But that what that might sound like is being dismissive of the possibility that you see in them. So there's a conflict between someone who doesn't want their struggles dismissed and someone who doesn't want to see their potential dismissed. And so some amount of balance has to happen, where you honor the struggle that the person is going through and you empathize with how hard it is to be them in that moment, and how unnecessary it is to go through some suffering, because no one deserves to suffer in any way in particular. At the same time, validate that choosing to end one's life is not a solution, a permanent solution to suffering. from the spiritual perspective of karma, our karmas carry with us from one life to another. And the karma is not going to be destroyed or dissolved or resolved through requiring another body. We might associate the suffering in this life with this body, and that makes sense. It's a sensible conclusion. But if we go deeper, we see that there are some lessons that take place over many lifetimes. And no matter what part you are in your journey, the only way that lesson is going to find resolution is while you are alive. You cannot solve your problems through death. Only through life can these problems be solved. Now I had to pause the alarm on my phone. But someone who chooses medically assisted suicide, given that they're dealing with a chronic or terminal ailment, and it is not considered possible by even professionals around them, then it's understandable that they would choose to go gracefully. And it can be a gracious choice for some people. In the same way that many of us empathize with our pets that are unnecessarily suffering, and sometimes we put them down in order to, put them out of their misery. That it can be a gracious choice for some people if they're at their natural end of their life anyway, or if there's no more professional help. But it's what's left after you explore all options. As long as there is an option that has gone unexplored, then you should explore that first. And most people who are considering taking their life have not explored all their options yet. And so they absolutely deserve to explore those options. Thank you, dear Chelsea, for the finger heart that you had sent. Om Namah Shivaya. And Starlight Wow, thank you for your quintet of vest bursts. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Riri, you ask, what lessons do we have to learn from biblical literalists? To not take it so literally. That's the lesson they have for us. If someone in your life is being dishonest, then the lesson for us is to value honesty. Because now we see how important it is. If someone is being unkind to us, the lesson is kindness. Because now we see how important kindness would be in this situation. Whenever there is an absence of suffering, whenever there is a presence of suffering, the lesson is what we now know can be used to fill that space. And clearly, the greatest potential that you can have in a story is to go beyond its historicity, like a poem. poem, if taken literally, might be nonsense. But if you can extrapolate the metaphors and symbolism, wow, then you really unlock the potential of that poem. And I think it's a disservice to assume that the scribes of spiritual scriptures were not poetically inclined. Certainly, they are able to capture things in a way that invokes symbolism, analogy, allegory, metaphor, etc. And to feel like that somehow takes away from the story is a sign that we've identified with the physical. But the spiritual journey is one that takes us away from the reality of the physical world and into the reality of something subtler. Hello, the only S. You are right on time. Dear Riri, you ask, what do I think about people who think every human should stop reproducing to end suffering? Then they'll be born as an animal and experience suffering as another animal, or they'll be born as a tree, or etc. That all of their energies continue going. And if you're not going to experience that in a human form, then you'll experience it in another form. The source of suffering is not in being human. As the Buddha said, suffering is a mark of existence. Whoever you are, human, animal, or something beyond, you're going to experience heartbreak and challenge and loss and difficulty. That's a part of life. Life requires some resistance in order to follow a path of growth. The limitations of life are what ultimately inspire it to grow. And the path of antinatalism is giving up on that growth, giving up on life. And that's not the right perspective, because suffering isn't necessarily something that limits us. Suffering gets us out of our comfort zone and into our deeper self. We would never wish suffering on another person, but we can use the suffering in our own life to take us places beyond. Just like someone who maybe experiences a fire when they're younger, grows up to be a fire person, helps put out fires. That experience actually allowed them to add to the love and compassion of the world. And so it ignited, no pun intended, a fire of compassion in their heart. And so that experience that they had when they were younger of a fire actually gave way to much more life and growth as they got older. And Riri, you ask, how do plants suffer? Well, you can imagine if someone chops off a branch, there's going to be signals to grow and heal in the same way that if we get damage done to our body, we experience signals of pain to grow and heal. We share a significant portion of our DNA with all of life, and the ability to heal and grow is definitely a part of that shared genetic code. And thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your quintet of ice cream cones. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namaha. Much love, dear Riddy. Dear Blue Lily, you ask for thoughts on addiction to feeding our pain bodies, the urges to seek pain subconsciously or consciously. I think we all seek relief, but there is a phenomenon that's observed in medical science that the introduction of another pain can take you away from something else that's painful. I think on the show House MD, when Dr. House was going through the withdrawal from his pain medication, he had decided to hurt himself in order to take his mind away from the withdrawal symptoms and the pain of his leg. But that's based on genuine phenomena that are cataloged in scientific literature. I forget the name of the effect, but it's easily searchable. Not as easily searchable when I don't have the right keywords. Something effect. Anyway, I'll have to watch that episode of House MD again, maybe. So if you're conscious of the process, that one thing you're doing to relieve another pain is to seek pain in another way, then I think even just being aware of that is half the battle. Because if we don't realize, actually we're doing this to relieve another pain, then we're not attending to that other pain. Subconsciously, we can pursue things that are ultimately painful, but as a relief for some other pain that we might not even be aware that we're living in. So if you are really aware that you're doing this, that's half the battle already done. Just knowing that you're doing something so silly, I think is enough to take it less seriously. Because introducing pain is not going to actually relieve the other pain. That would be silly. That we can understand that really we're just shifting our attention from one pain to another, but at some point that pain returns. So if we truly want a more permanent relief, then we have no choice but to pursue something more healthy. We have to value long-term fulfillment more than short-term relief. Long-term healing over short-term comfort. And that is a trade-off. We have to go through something uncomfortable in order to have long-term healing. Like the first few days after quitting an addiction, they are so difficult. But right now you're compromising. You're saying, I am going to allow myself to go through this temporary disturbance, feeling withdrawal, in order to have something much more long-term. And in the long term, your health is guaranteed. But that health in the long term is not guaranteed if we're constantly trying to find temporary relief now. And it just makes sense that if we're focusing on temporary relief, then we're not attending to something more permanent. Dear Crazy Eyes, you ask, how do you know intuitively if a romantic relationship is no longer serving us? Are you thinking about seeing another person? Is the communication not being received and you're left feeling understood? Are you going behind their back and getting things from other people? Even in your own imagination, finding relief in seeing another person in your mind? Is there arguments that seem to never truly be resolved and keep surfacing again? Have you done everything that you're supposed to do to make things healthy, communicate, set boundaries? When there's nothing left to pursue, then it would be appropriate to discover your independence in the meantime. And it never has to be something that you say is permanent, even if deep down maybe you want it to be permanent. If right now you're needing space from another person, you can say that at this moment, I need space. Boundaries are perfectly allowed to be indefinite. You could say at this moment, I need space, and I don't know how long I'll need that space. And maybe it turns out that in that independence, something clicks. And something that you unhealthily depended on the other person for is no longer an issue. And then you come back together and things are better again. Maybe you need that space a little bit. If it turns out that you really discover yourself and you are, much happier pursuing something different, then that space lasts as long as you are apart, however long that be for the rest of your life, if it may be. Maybe you get together in the next lifetime. Maybe in the next cycle of the universe. Whatever it may be. But if you're thinking in terms of forever, then it's going to be a lot more difficult to set the boundaries where they need to be. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your hand hearts. Om Tam Namashchandraya. Dear Riri, you ask, should you stop saying I, or is that a bit too far? Is your ego in the words I love you? No, not necessarily. Even great masters still use the personal pronoun I. Now you can get fancy with your word choices and find ways of saying things without I. That can be really helpful in many situations. Like refraining from identifying with your emotions. Instead of saying, I am sad, you can say, oh, there is a sadness. There's a sadness and it is felt. And something can be done about that sadness. You can speak without the use of the personal pronoun, and that can help create some space. As if you were watching a movie, oh, there is sadness, or there is anger, there is happiness, there is joy. You acknowledge the emotion, but without necessarily attaching yourself to it. That can be really helpful. But no, in everyday speech, you're still welcome to use the personal pronoun I and me and myself and mine. What that I means, however, that is important to consider. If I means just a body, just a mind, then that's a limitation of our vocabulary. But if we are speaking from a more inclusive space, then that I can be a lot more expansive. You can say, I am love, and that's true. That's not an egoic identification at all. That is a high spiritual truth. I am capable of change. I love you. I see what's possible for you. I look forward to seeing you. All of that is true and doesn't necessarily speak for a limited nature. But if we say, I am stupid, I am going to feel like this forever, then that's not true. I'm a terrible person, etc. In those cases, I would choose different words. But if you listen to, Jesus or Lao Tzu or the Buddha, they all use the word I. Dalai Lama says I, talks about the self. Even though Buddhism even has a principle called Anatman, which means non-self. So you don't have to go by the one. The one would like to order a Subway. Yes. This body would greatly appreciate it if that body were to hug it. No need to. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your hand hearts. Hrim Namah Shivaya. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Lavender. Dear Jansurami, or Jansurani, you ask, why is trying to meditate difficult? Is there a resistance when you want to do something good? Absolutely, all good things require effort. If you want to have a fit body, you're going to have to go through the pain of lifting weights and going for runs and doing cardio and all that. You're going to have to eat foods that might not be as available or cheap or as tasty as junk food. If you want to live addiction-free, you're going to have to go through the withdrawal. All of the things that require effort are not a sign that we're doing something wrong. If you're meditating and there's resistance, makes sense that that would be challenging too. Some of the resistance comes from uncomfortable feelings surfacing in meditation. We can be really good at repressing our feelings, but the moment there is an opportunity for that feeling to arise, like in meditation, it can happen. And that means you're doing something right, in fact. That if you're giving a chance for yourself to feel things that maybe have been repressed or suppressed, it means you're opening up. Thank you, not to stand user, for the you're amazing. And anything amazing in me is amazing within you also. That I know. Tatpurushaya vidmahe Mahadevaya dhimahi Tanno Rudraf prachodayat. J.P. Butler says, stupid question, but am I Hindu? Not a stupid question. I certainly see where that question is being asked from. Let's do some exploration of what this term means. I think this will be a little fun. It's not as simple as a yes or no, unfortunately. If I said yes or no, it wouldn't really answer the question. I just have to find my pen that I'm always sitting on. Let's see if I can draw India. India kind of looks like a little triangle, something like that, and Sri Lanka is here. I forget the shape of it, and of course there's land up here, and there's the Himalayas up here. India is a unique place because it used to be a whole continent of its own that smashed into the Asian continent. I say smashed, but really this took place very, very slowly over millions of years. And that smashing is what gave rise to the Himalayas. And so it's a pretty landlocked place. So the people that lived here pretty much evolved culturally isolated in many ways for a long time. It was pretty rare for other civilizations to contact them. One of the first civilizations to do so was the Persians that lived up here. And they shared a name for the river that separated the two civilizations, and the name of that river is the Indus. Actually, it might not be up there. Can't remember the exact location, but anyway, it separated Persia from the Indian civilization. And it's from the word Indus that the Persians began calling the people beyond the Indus River the Hindus. You just add an H at the front, and maybe there was an H back then. Anyway, so that term comes from the Persians referring as an exonym, which means a name that comes from outside. The people that lived here, they have been calling themselves part of a land called Bharat for a long time. And that is the endonym for this land. So geographically, it would not be accurate to call myself a Hindu. I'm not brought up in this place. But Hindu has also become now a term to describe someone who practices Hinduism. So then the question is, am I a practitioner of Hinduism? Well, the difficult thing about answering that question is that Hinduism is also a kind of a foreign concept. Outside of India, there is really neat and concise descriptions for whether you're a Christian, whether you are Jewish, whether you are Muslim, for example. But there is no one definition for what it means to be Hindu. In fact, it might not even be accurate to call Hinduism a religion that exists on its own, but rather kind of like a rainbow of cultural expressions that exists in this region relatively harmoniously. And so they're all kind of unique strands of something shared, but no one religion in particular. And I really like the spirit of that. And so, in some sense, the answer to the question is very simple. It's yes, because the spirit of that is that everyone is part of a shared tradition. Unfortunately, kind of recently, the idea has been used by various nationalist parties of the government of India to tie it to a national identity. But the spirit of many different traditions coexisting, I think, is a universal one. And so, according to that very same spirit, I can't say that I'm a Hindu more than a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim. And I love the idea of there being a universal background that we all draw from. And if there's anything I identify with, it's that. There is a term for the kind of collection of religions that exist in India. And that term itself, let's see if I have space for it, is the Sanatana Dharma. But what's really unique about this name is that it's not an exclusive identity. Sanatana doesn't refer to a group of people or anything in particular. It just means that which is eternal. That which is universal. And dharma means a path of righteousness. So an eternal path of righteousness. And you could see how that could be applied throughout all cultures, throughout all peoples and traditions. That we're all a part of some Sanatana Dharma, some eternal path of righteousness or universal duty. So I can't exactly answer the question yes or no. And I hope that explains why. Thank you for listening. Yeah, and that's a great way of putting it, not the stand user. God and spirit has no nationality, but we as humans have them. And I am Canadian. At the human level. Hello, dear Kenji. Someone with a beautifully decorated username. Squishy. You ask, do I believe in angels and higher dimensions? I think there's many things in my life that I feel are angelic, such as yourself and the grace that you carry with you, and things that take me beyond the dimensions of space and time. Dear George, you ask, am I doing Movember? I guess I am. Yeah. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your trio of roses. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. Kenji Share, you hope you can reach my level of wisdom and spirituality. You are already. Yeah, we're all at the same level in spirit and wisdom. It's just how often do we allow that to come out? And I hope you allow yourself some space to express that depth within you. The only S you ask, can I deeply explain the Sanatana Dharma? Yes. Yes, I think I can. Let's break down these two words. Sanatana Dharma. There are many ways of translating Sanatana. The most literal would be eternal. And the most literal translation of dharma would be duty. But eternal is a kind of infinity. And I believe the word Sanatana just refers to something which is more infinite, something which is universal. Something which is infinite. So too, many people have translated dharma in different ways. It can be translated to righteousness. It can be translated to, did I spell that right? Is there a U in there? It can be translated to responsibility. It can be translated to path. It can even be translated to faith, all depending on the context. So pick your poison. Or in this case, your elixir of life. To you, your spiritual path may be your eternal responsibility, or it may mean your infinite faith. Or it may mean your universal path. All of this is to speak of something that's simultaneously applicable for everyone and yet unique to the individual. And what it looks like for all of us is different, because we all share a different slice of eternity, of the universe, of the infinite. And what it looks like to perform our duties is very different. How we perform our righteousness, our responsibilities, follow the path, and occupy our faith. In other words, it's that which is behind everything. If you find truth shared everywhere, if there's some truth that you see is applicable in all places but comes out differently, then that is the essence of Sanatana Dharma. That makes me very happy to hear, Kenji. And did I not say hello to you, dear alcoholic Jesus? Hello. And Francis Bean. Radhe Radhe, dear Hari. Dear Riri, you ask if I could speak on Vipassana meditation. Vipassana meditation is not something that I'm super familiar with. But if I'm not mistaken, it's associated with retreats where people may go for something like 10 days or meditate for 10 hours at a time. It's a big commitment. And sometimes you need a big commitment because you know that you're not going to be able to commit to anything less. If you're able to go home only after a few hours, how much is this really going to change my life? But if you commit to something 10 hours at a time for days on end, whoa, well, you can really put faith in that as being able to shape your experience. Not to stand user, you ask, do I study Hebrew and Gematria? No, but I am fascinated with the Hebrew script and its soundscape. It's also a deeply mystical and revered language, just like Sanskrit is. I'm very fascinated by a lot of the Hebrew in the First Testament, because there's so much depth in understanding the same verses that we might ordinarily know in English, but in Hebrew just have so many other layers to them. For example, you might have a version of the Bible where God reveals himself as Jehovah. But this is really a mispronunciation of Jehovah. And Jehovah actually isn't the word that's in the Bible. The Bible just has the letters YHWH. And you might have an H at the end here, or W. In Hebrew, it's Yod-He, Vod-He. But the exact pronunciation of the vowels in between is purposefully a mystery. But the reason that these vowels stuck is due to a tradition where in Hebrew they would mark the word with the vowels of another word so that you purposely mispronounced it. Because the word is considered so sacred that you shouldn't ever utter aloud. It's the greatest secret in the Jewish tradition. So what they would do is they would spell it from the vowels of another word, like Elohim. And that would become the vowels in Yehovah. And due to some grammatical reason, the I becomes an A. It's more like a schwa, if I'm not mistaken, rather than an A or an I in English. But there's so much mysticism behind these letters in Hebrew. Just as many people know that are interested in this sort of thing, which is wonderful, like Manhwas. You'll notice Y, H, and V/W. They're all examples of semivowels or approximate to include H. Which phonetically is a very nice category of sounds that we can make, because there are no hard consonants of any kind. There's no plosives. And each letter is voiced. So the lack of plosives indicates the symbolism that this is something formless. And the indication of all of these letters being voiced implies consciousness, conscious existence. To use our voices to acknowledge our reality, that I am here. And it's no coincidence that we've chosen all of these letters to make up the word of the divine, Hashem, the name, without any plosives, without any hard sounds, making it completely formless and being voiced. If this name does have any pronunciation in particular, it's one that would not sound unlike the breath or a sigh or, something like Yahweh. Dear Manhwas, God has given you the ability to be kind. Please do so. I understand that you have come to a realization which is very beautiful. The connection between the breath and Hashem, the name. But please be kind in your word choices. God has given us breath so that we can make each other's lives more full of love, connection, and understanding. To use your breath in any other way, such as to insult another person or engage in any act of unkindness, means that we are desecrating the name of our breath, since our breath should always be served with purpose and love and compassion, and that is why we are given it. And thank you, dear Tan Hao Yu, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe, and dear Starlight Wow, for your quartet of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Aha, I like your name. What would I be doing every day not doing this? Probably doing some programming, or hanging out with my cats, or watching some YouTube. Hello, dear Darcy. Did I vote? Well, you're probably asking from someone who lives in America, and I live in Canada, and the time to vote is different. And I haven't voted in any Canadian election yet, as if we think about the information theory aspect of voting, I come from a background where I love information theory. It's a part of mathematics, logic, and computer science all at once. And I think it's very beautiful. Information theory is the study of information, as you can probably guess. And the unit of all information is the bit, which can either be a 0 or a 1, a no or a yes, etc. And that's not actually a letter E. Now that I'm looking at my screen, it looks like I've written the word byte. But this is an element of symbol. If you think about it, it's no surprise that most people live in a place where there's practically only two parties, whether you're voting progressive or traditional. If you're voting for something to change for the future or to go back to something that we had in the past. Pretty much the only two things you can vote for in almost every government around the world. Even if you're an American citizen, or if you're a Canadian like me, there's practically only two options that have a good chance of succeeding. But a person, here's a question. We're a human being. How many bits represents their beliefs. How many bits represents a person's beliefs? I think you can't really see the word belief, but it's there. Do you just have one belief? A 1 or a 0? Yeah, I vote this way or that way. I imagine that if you ask someone to, let's say, write an essay on everything that they believed in, that the essay would probably be a few kilobytes on their computer. It would make up, in terms of ones and zeros, thousands of bits. If you ask someone to record themselves speaking, which would include all their emotions, for example, that file may be many megabytes, millions of bits. If you ask someone to record a video, that file representing their beliefs might be on the scale of gigabytes. But I bet you, even if someone makes a whole movie, 8K resolution, all the best special effects, fully expressing everything that they can put in a video, maybe even if it makes up a terabyte of information, it still doesn't fully encapsulate their beliefs. And a terabyte, that is 1 trillion ones and zeros. More than 1 trillion, since a byte is 8 ones and zeros. Therefore, the information theory tells us that voting is only one way, is only expressing 0.0000000000001% of our beliefs. That we're signaling to the universe that we want only 0.00000000000000000 whatever 1% of our beliefs to come into existence, because that's all it is. Every 4 years, depending on where you are in the world, you get to share 1 bit of information of what you believe. You're going to vote this way or that way. That's just one decision. But you have many more different decisions, and not all of them can be expressed just on 1 vote. So to me, whether you vote or not practically makes no difference for your beliefs actually making a difference in the world. It's insignificant, really, if you think about it information theory-wise. That if you want to make the world a better place, you have to start doing things yourself, so to speak. You have to start expressing your beliefs not just at the polls, but in everything that you do. You have to make the world a better place by being 24/7 a voluntary participant in society. So if we want to be ready to make a difference, then we do the difference. I like that. Be the difference. So what another person votes for is irrelevant to me. I want to see what they are doing to be a role model in society, because I know that will make a much bigger difference. Literally, at least trillions more information is expressed by being able to fully embody your beliefs rather than signal 1 bit at a time every few years what you want to see. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the rock star that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Darcy, thank you for your hand hearts. Radhi Radhi. And dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart of me. Om Namah Shivaya. Now, to be fair, not all bits are weighted equally, and some of the decisions we make are much more important, because part of those many trillions of other bits probably have to do with whether you prefer to put milk in before or after the cereal, whether you prefer putting peanut butter on the top part of the bread or the bottom part, and the jam vice versa. You know, a lot of these different parts of our belief system aren't as important when it comes to the one bit that we give every few years. So it's not to say that 0.00000000001% isn't something that you should continue to express, but that there's a lot more to making the world the place we want to see according to what we believe in. And that. As a programmer, you ask, have I drawn any comparisons between the universe and large-scale software? Oh, I like that. Yeah, if the universe was a program, oh, it's a very beautiful program. And my goodness, I would love to meet the coder. Whoever has fine-tuned all of these parameters, I am in awe. And clearly it hasn't crashed yet. Hasn't got stuck in a while loop. We have yet to experience an overflow error. Fortunately, they've patched being able to divide by 0. Or maybe that's what the universe is. A division by 0. Dear G to Infinity, you ask, what is the question of the day? Today my question is, what do you do when you find helpful when your tummy is hurting or upset? Because I think this is some of the most challenging things that we can go through is a real bad tummy ache. It sounds silly, but do you know how many atheists pray when they have a tummy ache? Doesn't matter how much of a non-believer you are. If you have a really bad tummy ache, you'll be on your hands and knees next to the porcelain throne, perhaps going, "Oh Lord, I know I've never believed in you before, but if you exist, please, this is the only thing I'll ever ask. I never ask for anything else. I'm going to use this one prayer. Please, I don't know what I did to deserve this." I've been there at least. Maybe applicable to some people at the moment. Sorry to hear that. Maybe applicable to some people at the moment. Sorry to hear that. If my connection has returned, please let me know. Apologies for the disturbance. I'm back. Thank you. When it's glummy, yes. Happy you remember that, dear Donzuela. Yes, farting can relieve pressure, that's for sure. Your dear Poppy Cat, you share ginger tea. Gut health tea. Shares aha, Willy B. Sai, you share, you do tummy ache yoga. Well, you'll have to share what that includes. Dear the only S, you share, you'll use your Reiki healing abilities if it's dire needs. Dear Don Suela, you share, when my tummy is glummy, you drink either ginger tea, or if it's pretty rough, probably Pepto. Yes. Good night, dear Darcy. Sweet dreams. D to infinity. Jashir, you just stop touching your phone. Some of the things that it's on there can be pretty upsetting, and we can certainly feel those feelings physically. Taking a dump. Yep. That can help. There's incognito. Nessa, you share peppermint oil in warm water. Not the stand user, you share Canada Dry isn't real ginger. Just remember. Oh! No! Real ginger is great for the gut. Much love, dear Sai. Dear Kenji, you share, you deal with gastroparesis, if that's how I pronounce this, and stomach ulcers, and ginger is very soothing for your issues. Well, thank you for sharing from such a genuine place of experience. Riri, you share 7-Up helps you. Peppermint tea shares Ragnhildar as well. Nessa, you share, if it's really bad, then flat Coke, which you know isn't the healthiest. Hey, whatever works. If you have a tummy ache, I wouldn't rule out anything. The only S has an out loud thought. I should get back into more tea drinking. I was blessed with a bunch of herbal packets. That is a good thought. Anything that makes you burp is great. Yeah, that's true. So Canada Dry still works. Yeah, the carbonation. Well, of course, dear Nessa, and if I ever don't read another person's comment, it's not because I'm ever choosing to ignore someone. Dear Hypergen, you share tummy rubs, of course, while praying. While praying, I like that, yeah. Dear Donsuela, you share there's an herb called masticum that you found helpful in the past too. Dear Luna Raven, you share that trauma destroyed your spirituality. I think we might use the word spirituality differently then, because spirituality will absolutely help you go through traumatic things. And if it can be destroyed, then it's not at least what I refer to as spirituality, because true spiritual progress is never lost. There are no setbacks on the spiritual path. You can take God's word for that, not mine. The divine has said so in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita. Let's see if I can find that verse. I should put a sticky note where it is, because I am always jumping back to it. I think it's in the 2nd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. The 40th verse of the 2nd chapter. Here, in the spiritual path, there is no loss of effort towards peace, nor is there any harm. Even a little of this knowledge protects one from the great fear of falling into cycles of suffering. You share that psychological abuse took your empathy. Nah, nonsense. You could never have your empathy taken away. You can have times where you need to focus on yourself, and that's okay, but that's not a lack of empathy. Nothing can take away your ability to relate with another. It's just that sometimes you need to focus on yourself, and that's totally okay. And thank you, dear Willie B, for your 10 roses, and 55 as well. Om Shri Mahalakshmyai Namaha. All right, some other answers to our question of the day. Bicarbonate with water and Malasana, shares Real G. And dear Husavik, you had asked, which of the millennium problems do I think has the highest probability of being solved? These are the problems that the Millennium Institute has given $1 million reward for in theoretical mathematics. I don't remember all of them, but there's so much effort being put on the Riemann hypothesis that I wouldn't be surprised if that was the next to go. Because that's practically the only thing that the majority of modern mathematicians are working on or relating to in order to help with the solution to that problem. Dear the Ween Dream, you ask, am I in college studying anything in particular? No. I had been in college for 4 years, but I left to attend to other things that gained priority in my life, like family matters and my health. But I had intended on declaring a major in math or physics. Yeah, Val, I agree. Nothing worse than tummy ache when you're out or you're about to go out. And good morning / night, dear Nessa. May you have a wonderful rest of your sleep. Hello, dear Emma. Chaos Pixie, you share ginger tea and toast. Yeah, really simple food. Real G, you share the tummy can hurt if you're afraid. Genji, you share when you're nauseous, you drink milk because it's more soothing when it comes back up. I like that. The least of two evils, or the better of two evils. An analogy. If you're going to throw up, make sure it's not something you don't want to throw up. But you know, throwing up can really make you feel better. I did so 2 nights ago. In the middle of the night, I woke up really nauseous and I threw up. And after I threw up, I felt immediately better and I went back to bed. So much of the suffering, I think, comes actually from the resistance to doing what you need. And sometimes what your body needs. is to throw up. My cats have taught me that. My cats, they throw up all the time. Whenever something's in their bodies that they don't want to be there, they get it out. And if you can find yourself to be empowered in that, know that that's an option that you can have. You don't have to avoid that possibility. I'm happy that this question of the day is applicable for you, dear Emma. It's very kind of you to see that ability in me, dear Vestil Ozzy. Dear Willie B, you ask, do I do software development for a job or just program personally? Just personally. I use programming to help me with, various tasks that I can automate. Once you know how to program, you'll notice there's a lot of things in your life that you can write a program to help you with. One of the first things I did when I was starting to learn how to program was I made a program that could do my homework for me, parts of it. I had one of those fancy calculators that you could program in BASIC, and so I programmed into my calculator something that would solve all of my physics problems, because they basically all use the same formula, just in different ways. So I'm a big cheater, but you know what? Cheating required probably more knowledge than if you were to do it without cheating in that way. That if you're going to go so far as to write a program to solve all the problems yourself, then you already know how to solve the problems. You're just saving time. Dear Better Than You, you ask, do I think dreams are a sign or a reflection of self? I think our dreams are up to us, and what we choose to get from them is always our free will. Of course, a lot of the symbolism in our life is shared with others, and the parts that we can share, we can interpret for others or help with. But generally, the things that are in our subconscious, which is what we are experiencing when we dream, are impressions that we've gathered from our life. And so it comes from the world around us and our personal relation to that. And any person's relationship with something is going to be unique. And so one person could dream of a snake, and it means something very different from someone else dreaming of a snake. Because maybe one person is just dreaming of their pet, that they had a snake when they were younger and they're missing their pet, and so it's a dream about wishing to be with a loved one. It's just dreaming of their pet, that they had a snake when they were younger and they're missing their pet, and so it's a dream about wishing to be with a loved one. It's just dreaming of their pet, that they had a snake when they were younger and they're missing their pet, and so it's a dream about wishing to be with a loved one. I think my internet is back, hopefully. Do let me know. Has my connection returned? It's back, okay. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, depending on our personal experience with the symbols in our dreams, it can be very different for each person. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your perfume. Om Namah Shivaya. Hybrid Jen, you also want to add, you have to know what kind of ache it is and what are the symptoms. It's true. There are many different ways that our tummy can be feeling unwell. Starlight Wow, you had asked, what else do I automate in my life? I like to automate helping get the recordings of these onto my YouTube channel. Instead of having to come up with a unique title and description for each one myself and go through the whole video writing captions and finding the keywords in those captions, etc., I've written a whole assortment of programs that takes these live streams, extracts the audio, transcribes the audio after I partition it based on natural pauses in speech, and then takes that transcription, chapters it according to keywords and themes, and then takes those and creates other videos that I can use. Like now I'm uploading little snippets that are automatically extracted from this. And my goodness, that would take me hours and hours every day, but now it's just practically a click of a button. Dear Navy Duck, you share that you think that I struggle too, like a lot, yeah? Of course, no one is free from struggle, and we all have something going on in our life. It's just a question of, are we going to gracefully struggle or not? Are we going to go through life in grace? Are we going to keep getting up every time and take on the day? And that's what I like to strive for. And your words are certainly from a place of deep humility, dear Riri. Thank you for them. Good night, dear puppy cat. Hello, Miss Black Rose. Dear Hari, you share you recently started having dreams with clear messages. I'm so happy to hear that you found a lot of clarity in your dreams. Dear Not to Stand user, you like Greek yogurt when the tummy is hurting. Dear Emma, you ask, why is this live so peaceful? Because you are able to find peace within it. And that's a wonderful ability that you have. Dear Hybridgen, you sure you liked my outside lives? Will I be doing more soon? If I do, I'll have to really bundle up, and I'll have to wait for a time that the weather allows me to. My outside lives I did as a way of being outside in the nice weather during the spring and summer. Unfortunately, it's not as nice, and I'm not sure if my body or electronics would fare well outside in this weather. It's also very dark out, and by the time that I do go live, it's already past the setting sun, so there wouldn't be much to see besides just the darkness behind me, and I'm not sure if the void would be a more comforting background than what I have behind me. The Ween Dream, you ask, what programming language do I know? Well, given the basics of programming, I think I can find my way in many, as long as I know the syntax for conditionals and loops. Practically everything you need to know. My programming language of choice is Python for its adaptability. When I need to make something visual, then I'll use Java. When I need something to be really fast, I'll use C. If, of course, I'm coding a basic website, I'll use HTML. And if I'm being goofy and mischievous, I'll use an esoteric programming language like Brainfuck. That's genuinely the name of a programming language that I love and have spent many hours programming in. And yes, it has the F word in the name. Oh dear Donsuela, unfortunately you've been an absolute bog witch through struggle in the past. My goodness. Could we use more funny words? Probably not. That's pretty funny. Could we use other words that maybe reframe it in a different way? That's also a possibility. Dear Jay, you ask, have I attempted to write myself? Every day there's something that I try to write myself in. But right and wrong are not absolutes, but spectrums of learning. And I continue to learn that there's more to improve in every day. Mm-hmm. Dear Kenji, you ask, do I use a green screen? No, actually, what I have behind me is a tapestry. This is a physical thing behind me, a tapestry. And there are stars on it, and these are my hanging lights and my prayer flags. Can I reach that? Almost. Prayer flags are up there. But I also layer space behind it. I remove a very specific color of blue that's in the tapestry. And I put some space behind. You can even see the space if I hide myself. Can't hide it. Camera source is required. Well, I have a way to outsmart you, O program. I can just put it in the foreground. There you go. That's what's behind me. Learning how to program is actually a lot easier than most people think it to be. It's the real hard part is learning how a computer thinks, because a computer thinks a lot differently than you. But if you really understand how a computer works at some level, then it doesn't really matter what program you write in, because the same instructions are ultimately going to be sent to the computer. And it's still frustrating, though. It is. In many ways, computer smart. In many other ways, computer not so smart. Dear Brittany, you ask if I have a favorite board game. How about Mario Party? Does that count as a board game? Oh, I love that. It's a video board game. Hello, dear Pandora. You have an answer to our question of the day, and that's Ginger. Ginger Gang. Margie, or Margie, you share a handful of spinach. It's full of calcium and helps with acid. You won Mario Party last time you played, dear Riri. Ah, feels good. Well, thank you everyone for exploring this question of the day with me. I hope that all of us can remember one thing that another person had shared the next time you are having a tummy ache. Dear Kenji, you share you've never had anyone to play Mario Party with. Well, the nice part about Mario Party being a video board game is you can play with a computer. And I mostly played with the computer. Still fun, but certainly more fun when you are able to play with another human. You will forever call it a video board game now. Is it a board game? It's basically a board game. You have a map, it just might be a little more three-dimensional. But same principles. At the beginning, you roll the dice, and then you move that many squares, and then depending on what square you land on, there's something for you to do. And you could say that life is like that in some ways. That a lot of it is just the roll of the dice, per se. And you don't get to decide what square you land on. But what you get to interact with, how you get to interact with that square, the activity that's suited for that spot in your life, now that is something that you get to guide and direct. Not the stand user, you share you've only studied programming, never done any task outside of editing the HTML to your MySpace page. Oh, that's a throwback. You've never written a little program and run it and have it print, hello world. To me, it's such a hands-on experience. You gotta play around with it. Even if the program isn't necessarily helpful in any way. Sometimes you revisit a square, shares already. Indeed. Dear Adam, you tell your friend Cody that your tummy hurts and then it feels better. I think we all need a Cody. Someone to express our feelings to listen, carry some of the weight of our experience, and it feels a little lighter within. Dear Riri, you made a program in high school to auto-calculate Pokemon type advantage. That's awesome. I love that. Not the stand user, you use... I swear there was a comment. Oh, there it is. Solo Learn and Mimo. They have you coded in. Oh, I see. So you are programming. The way I heard it, when you said that you just studied it, I just imagine that you're reading books on it, but you've never interacted with a program. But you have. Just that program is integrated into a learning environment. Whereas back in the old day, you'd have to create your own learning environment. Dear Anonimo, your answer to the question of the day is breathing deeply. I'm happy you said that. That is so important. Dear Julio, if I pronounce your name right. Otherwise, please let me know. You're curious what I am doing. Me too. Me too. We share that curiosity. Dear Julio. Dear Kenji, you ask, do I think AI and artificial consciousness can blend in with spirituality? Absolutely. And I already find ways for that to happen in my own life. For example, there's a lot of really subjective questions that you won't find the answer to on a search engine, nor may you have a person in your life that can bounce back ideas. So I found that large language models like ChatGPT have been incredibly helpful in asking spiritual questions. For example, I was wanting to know about the spiritual flow of energy that happens through some of the most basic parts of our human experience, like coughing and sneezing through the perspective of the yogic philosophy of India. So I remember Googling sneezing in yoga. And then all of the search results have nothing to do with what I'm looking for. People saying, is it rude to sneeze while you're in yoga class? Is it common to sneeze when you're doing this stretch or something? Nothing to do with what I'm looking for. And so I had to turn to a place like ChatGPT. Is there spiritual significance behind sneezing in the yoga philosophy? Yes, ChatGPT shares. That can be a flow of prana, as there are various different kinds of prana that flow in and out of the body. And that was the answer that I wanted. I wanted to know. And the answer was prana. And I wouldn't have gotten that on the internet. And there was no one else in my life that could have given me that answer. That's for sure. I did pronounce it right. I'm happy to hear that, dear Julio. You ask, do I believe in manifesting and setting good intentions? Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility. And setting good intentions is so important. And what I don't believe in is that it's necessary for you to have anything outside of your experience that you don't already have in this moment. So although I do believe that it's absolutely possible to manifest things like wealth and boyfriends and a raise and I don't know, that one item in your collectible stuffed animal list that you don't have already, that it's not necessary in order to find happiness. And so you could say that the highest thing to manifest is freedom from feeling like there's anything else you have left to manifest. Like if a genie came to you and gave you a wish, the best thing you could wish for perhaps is I wish to never feel like there's anything left to wish for. Isn't that the greatest thing? I wish to be absolutely satisfied with all things, regardless of what comes my way, for peace and acceptance in all circumstance. Other than that, the best thing that you can manifest would be for other people, that we wish for love and light to enter our family members and our friends. We set our intentions for healing to happen around the world. The more we can make it a selfless process that we do not for our gain, but because it's a wonderful thing to wish for the welfare of others, and that we look for happiness within ourselves, that this is a very healthy thing to incorporate in our experience. Dear Carol, you have an answer to our question of the day, which is that chamomile tea is helpful. And dear Vanna Pearl, you share lying on your tummy. Yeah, getting in the body in a position that's most comfortable for you. That's funny not to stand you, sir. Hello, dear Rumple. That's right, I was on a panel with someone named Artem. Oh, thank you for finding kindness here, dear Kenji. We have the ability to use this platform for positivity and kindness. Definitely. up to us to make the most out of these ways of connecting with each other. Dear Miss Bliss, you share that ginger and ginger root tea and honey help too. Thank you for sharing that, dear Miss Bliss. And unsalted almonds are good for nausea. Interesting, I've never heard of that. Well, thank you everyone for exploring this question of the day. Sounds like there's a lot of experience surrounding tummy aches, and I'm grateful for that, since I know that if we share our experience, that we can help the next person not have so terrible of a time. Thank you, Ingrid. Hello, Dim Sum Tonic. For me, it is getting quite late, and it would be appropriate to think about landing the plane of this live stream over the next little bit. So I would like to let you know that we're going to wrap up. Riri, you share rubbing the tummy was your favorite that you heard. That's a good one. Dim Sum Tonic, you share that you moved to Europe and now my lives are in the morning. Oh my goodness. You're time traveling on me. But I hope you are settled now and that you find a lot of room for freedom of expression there, and that you surround yourself with lots of love and make the most out of your unique place in this world that we share. Dear Donsuela, you ask, what's my favorite remedy? My favorite remedy that I heard from you all, a reminder of bubbles, drinking bubbly drinks that can help relieve some of the gas. I forgot about that. Usually when I'm nauseous, I'm not thinking about putting anything else out in here. But yeah, sometimes you can put a little bit in to take a little bit out. Put a little bit of a bubbly drink in. Get some of the gas to release. Other than that, I hate to admit it, but throwing up is really helpful. That in my experience, of all the times I've alleviated my nausea after throwing up, I have felt the best. And I wish it wasn't the case, because I hate throwing up. It's one of the most uncomfortable experiences. But it can work like a charm. Oh, thank you, dear Hari. That is very kind of you. Dear Marie, you ask if I can speak French. Ah, oui, oui. Je m'appelle Croissant. Comme ci, comme ça. Merci. How far that'll get me? I don't know. Probably not far. It didn't get me far in French class. It's a miracle that I passed all my French classes in school. I had given up on my ability to learn French at a very young age. This is a true story. That for years of my life, French class became my comedy routine. And I would consciously make a fool out of myself for the pleasure of everyone else. Whenever a teacher called upon me to answer a question, I would deliberately say the most ridiculous answer that I could. And it became a bit of a legend in my French class in grade 5, I believe, that my teacher called upon me to answer the question, what was my favorite number in French? And so other people were saying, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. And I at that moment refused to speak French, which is everyone's right. Remember, you have the right not to speak French. Never forget that. So in that moment, I said, my favorite number is Bleen. And my teacher refused to accept that answer. My teacher said, I want you to come up and show me on the number line where Bleen is. And so I said, okay. I went up to the whiteboard and I took the marker and I drew a line right in between 14 and 15. I said, Bleen is a number that they don't teach you. Everyone forgets that it's between 14 and 15. And that was the story of the number Bleen. I'm not sure what the lesson of that story is, but anyway, I'm very grateful for the Sangha that we've had so far. And we're going to transition now into our final section, which is all about meditation. Is it a Canadian thing to learn French? Asked Hybrigen. Yes. Every Canadian student up until high school has to learn French as a part of their education. And interestingly enough, even though that is true, the statistics for French speakers is actually not that big in Canada. There's a huge amount of French speakers in Quebec, and Quebec has only French as its provincial language. And I believe Ontario is the only province that has officially a bilingual population. That officially the provincial language is both English and French. But every other province, I think the official language is just English. And as such, most people like myself, unfortunately, don't recall much of their French teachings, studies after school. So it's not that common that you'll hear Canadians communicate in French. I certainly wouldn't know what the heck another person was saying, unfortunately. And that comes from a kind of divide that exists in Canada between the English-speaking portion and the French-speaking portion over in the East. There's a big history of quarrel between the French inhabitants and the other inhabitants. And Canada has voted to separate Quebec as its own country. Kind of like every now and then you hear in America that some people think that Texas should be its own country again. But it won't actually happen. And it would be good to have a second language. There's no doubt about that. But there is a lot of differences in the cultures of the French parts of Canada and the other parts of Canada, which can, even at a young age, manifest in a lot of quarrel. Dear Bubble, you correct me that New Brunswick has the 2 official languages. Is that it? I think if I remember correctly, there's only one province that has 2 official provincial languages. So if you say it's New Brunswick, I believe you. But it is surprising that it's not the province which has the capital of the country, which is Ontario. But that's a little bit about language and French education in Canada. How you're going to use this information, I don't know. Thank you, dear Astra, for your heart me and 11 roses. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And dear Kenji, you had asked, can something be positive and negative simultaneously? And where is the boundary? Oh, you had mentioned that was Enzo's question. Well, thank you for echoing it so that I may be able to answer it. There is positivity to be found in negativity. What negativity really is just a limitation of some kind. That it's the boundary around something rather than existing as something substantial like positivity. It's more of an absence of positivity. It's what's across the boundary of something that exists as something positive. It's the negative space, just like in art, that the negative space takes on a kind of presence itself, even though it's literally the absence of paint or an absence of color. The negative space is still a part of the painting, even though it's not made up of anything, and it's kind of an illusion in the sense that the negative space doesn't really exist. But it's definitely something you can experience just like the other parts of the painting that are filled in. So too, negativity exists as the absence of what's positive. But within that absence, there is a kind of presence, namely, in its potential, a latent state, that there is room for something to be filled in there. Wherever there is unkindness, there's potential for kindness. Wherever there is dishonesty, there's a potential for honesty. So the kindness is there, just in a potential state. The honesty is there, just in a potential state. Wherever there is suffering, there is the potential for healing. So the healing is there, the positivity is in the negative, just in a potential state. That there is a limitation here, but it doesn't have to be. This limitation can be transcended. The boundaries around positivity can expand to include that. The limits can be pushed higher and higher. And positivity has limitations as well, especially if we are attached to our positivity. The moment it's gone, then we unnecessarily suffer. There is both negativity and positivity in the world because there's both presence and places for presence to continue to expand into. And we can't be discouraged at the experience of absence when we know that presence is still possible there. And in that way, you can find absence and presence and presence and absence. And it's all just a spectrum of the same happening. What we call as positivity is merely something that probably at one point was negative, but it grew. It grew into something that we now recognize as positive. Just like me. When I was younger, I was absolutely a brat, and there's probably a million other synonyms for brat. I was mischievous. There was a lot of bullying. that I had experienced, and unfortunately I had passed on to others in other ways too. And all around, I was a negative kid. But my parents saw the potential in me, and they continued to love me and hug me and tell me of all the things that I was capable of achieving. And sooner or later, I became less of a brat, and thankfully a much kinder person. And I wasn't born like that. So what we might call as negative at one time is just the space for positivity to flow through at another time. And therefore, if at one time something was negative and another was positive, are negativity and positivity really opposing things, or just different parts of a journey of becoming? And negativity is just very early in its stage of development into transforming into something positive. It's funny, hybrid Jen. Radhe, Radhe, dear AP. Yeah. I was always throwing tantrums and not being that sociable with the other kids. And I didn't want to eat anything except for my favorite foods. And all around, I was a brat. Always getting into trouble at school, never listening to the teacher, etc. But I'm very grateful that my parents never choose to label me like that. They never called me any of that, and never said that this is who you are. That they continued to see the good in me, and eventually that good came out. Just a matter of time. Hello, dear Brody's boy. You share it's been 8 months now, and you're still so stuck. You've come a long way so far. Never forget the little wins that happen every day. That pain never goes away fully. And so if you measure your healing based on your ability to feel that pain, then it may feel like you never get better. But actually, healing has been happening all throughout these past 8 months. Your ability to hold space for it and manage and learn how to incorporate this experience into your life, all of that has been underway and changing. And that's a part of the healing process. You may feel stuck, but the truth is you haven't been. You have been continuing to grow. You just need to let yourself off the hook a little bit. Timeline of grief has no objective bounds. You can grieve for a day, you can grieve for 8 months, you can grieve for 8 years. That's all allowed. And none of that means that you're stuck. Hello, dear fungi. Dear Bubble, you share that it's good that I acknowledged it. Some people will never understand their behavior is a problem. I understand where you're coming from, dear Bubble, but if my parents had said, if they had used the term that I'll never understand, then I probably wouldn't have. You see? part of the reason that I was able to acknowledge is because no one ever told me that it was an impossibility for me. If my parents had said that, oh, this kid will never understand, or the people in my life, then I probably wouldn't have. So when it comes to those people who are still learning that lesson, let's give them the same grace, the same privilege that I was so grateful to have and still am. And let's continue to see the good that's possible for them. How long it takes for them is not a comparison that needs to happen between me or anyone else. As long as we keep our hearts open for other people's ability, then we ensure that's a possibility. That said, this is not to dismiss anyone's abuse. People can be in abusive situations and still hold on to hope that they're capable of change. And once they realize that that person is not changing, no matter how much hope we hold on to, then it's a good thing that we leave that situation. We set the boundary. But it would be a mistake to come to the conclusion that that person is incapable forever, because that invalidates all the love and hope that you had held, which was a good thing. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that we felt that holding out hope meant staying there and validating the abuse. But actually, you have given them an even greater chance to change by you leaving, because now they're no longer depending on you for something that they deserve to find within themselves. So I believe there's a way to not dismiss someone's struggles of having come to the knowledge that they should have left a relationship that they were holding on hope for, and that person is still capable of change. But our ability to hold space for them includes our ability to set boundaries too. Seems like there was connection issues for dear Donsuela. Sorry about that. And thank you, dear Colin, for the paper crane that you had sent. Om Zoom Suryaya Namaha. And dear Ragnhildur, thank you for your swan. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namaha. And dear Luigi, or Louis Gui, you can tell me how I can pronounce your name best. Thank you for the fest first. Om Praum Hanumate Namaha. Much love, dear Brody's boy. I will never give up on your ability to heal, as you are healing every time I see you. Hello, Flimturn, and thank you for your heartbeat and follow. Om Kamalir Mahakalikaye Namaha. Good to see you, dear Z04RD. Dear Erica, you ask, where did I grow up? I grew up in the heart of many people that loved me. Because of there is no heart for me to be held by, then there is no place for me to grow into. You may say that I grew up in Canada, in Calgary, Alberta, but truly I grew up within the heart of my mother, my father, my sister, and all of the teachers and friends that graced my life, and the pets along the way. It was not my physical location which allowed me to grow, but my spiritual location in the hearts of others. Even if you live in the most dangerous environment, if you are kept close in the hearts of loved ones, you will grow up. And no matter how old you are still capable of growing up. Because there's always more room to grow. Just when you stop growing vertically, you might grow horizontally. Instead of getting taller, you might get wider at some point. And instead of getting wider, maybe you deepen your growth emotionally. Maybe you widen your understanding of something scientific. But there's always more room to grow. Alright. Now I'm delaying the meditation quite a long time. I do have a very specific meditation plan tonight. And if it is capiche, then I'd like to do a meditation to end today's live stream. That way I can be on my merry way to feed this body and go to bed at an appropriate time. Welcome back, dear Donsuela. You're back. For our meditation tonight, I've selected a meditation that is given by the book The Hidden Power in Humans by Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda, the guru of one of our Sanghis. It's about chakras and kundalini. This meditation concerns the root chakra, known as the Muladhara. It takes about 25 minutes and it involves an extraordinary piece of yogic technology called the Ashwini Mudra, which is the contraction of the perineum. Some people include the contraction of the organs of excretion or the organs of generation, which the perineum sits in between. It's a region in the body that's taboo. As such, it's funny to even think about involving it in our spiritual practice. But one of the body's energetic locks, bandhas, is said to exist at the perineum. And you may notice that if you clench that part, which is very near to your tailbone, that it has a certain physiological effect. So we'll be doing this meditation, and I recommend, if anyone wants to do this in their own time, a mala to commit to a certain number of Ashwini Mudra cycles. We will be doing 108 cycles along with our breath. And there's more to this meditation than just that. But it will begin with 108 Ashwini Mudra cycles. So what we'll be doing is we'll be performing Ashwini Mudra twice in between the inhale and exhale, and the exhale and the inhale, when your breath is absolutely full and when it's absolutely released. All together, we'll be doing Ashwini Mudra 4 times in each cycle, and then 108 cycles of the full breath, inhale and outhale, exhale. And then there's some supplementary practices. So just get a feeling for contracting your perineum. It's a little awkward, but it's very helpful. And I will tell you when to stop, as the Guru bead on this mala tells me when to stop too. So that's flexing the perineum twice at the top and bottom of our breath cycle. It doesn't have to be exactly 108 cycles, at least for 5 minutes. Now just relax and feel the after effects of this exercise for a few minutes. Notice how throughout the exercise, this process allows us to be an observer without judgment and without losing ourselves in feelings. Notice how you are feeling the waves of energy rise within the body and how they gently spread. Notice how there is a distinct inner purification, and be aware of that inner light. Now, direct your consciousness to the center of your chest. There, feel peace and love. Imagine those things sitting there. Peace and love. Open your heart and feel all living things as a part of your own self. One shared life. All the people, all the animals, all the deer, the kitty cat, the birds, the lizards, the elephants, puppies, the bugs, the snakes, the whales, fish, dolphins, crabs, sea sponges, caterpillars, butterflies, trees, bushes, fruit, all of that life, part of yourself. Feel how the stream of energy that rises from the Muladhara, the root chakra, awakens very pleasant feelings within you. See within your inner space a vast red light, perhaps the color of sunset or the embers of a fire, not unlike the diagram. Recognize that you yourself are the midpoint from which this light radiates. Bring your most beautiful thoughts and feelings to this expression and allow it to radiate out into the universe with a feeling of deep love, warmth, and bliss. You are the source of that color. From you this light shines, this deep ember. radiating out into the universe. Feel that warmth, that bliss that emanates from you. Slowly bring your awareness back into your body. Stretch, blink, rub your hands together, feel your face. Inhale deeply and sing Om 3 times. And that concludes the meditation practice for awakening the Muladhara Chakra, as given by Paramahant Swami Maheshwarananda in The Hidden Power in Humans. Thank you for listening, and I hope after this practice you feel a lot more grounded and accepting of all of the deep potential that you have and everything inside you. Namaste. We're ahead of schedule. It was even less than 25 minutes. Oh, isn't that the best? When someone says that this is going to be this long. But it finishes early? Yes. Thank you, Gabriella, for your heart me and pair of team cheers. Hrim Namah Shivaya. Dear Erica, you share your late friends came to let you know that they're still with you, and you wept for the first time in years. How beautiful is that? Thank you for sharing that, dear Erica. There's many people here that are dealing with loss, and that experience deserves to be known. You share a gift tonight. Thank you for that. And thank you, dear Lalaine, dear Todd Smith, and Serendipity for the follows. That was lovely, shares Erica. I'm happy you also enjoyed the meditation. And Riri, you share you felt the same today about a dear friend, James. Well, hello, dear James. Thank you for saying hello. Dear Riri, you share you prefer them to not end early now. That's very good. So that meditation and the reading that we did earlier, Moksha, liberation, that'll be on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. And we also read through this whole book before, so if you want basically a free audio experience, all of the parts of this book are on my YouTube channel too. All there for free. And a whole live stream as well. Thank you, dear Moonflower Muse, for your subscription. I look forward to continuing to support you in whatever way that I can, and receive all the teachings that you have for me as well. Dear Kenji, you share you've been struggling deeply with the tragic loss of your father and aunt last year. These lives help. I'm very honored to help attend to something which you're going through. Thank you for sharing what you're going through. And in any way that I can do better to help, that is my responsibility to take accountability for, and I hope to return with more understanding and how I can be of service next time. May these lives be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. That means, may we be led from the unreal to the real. From darkness to the light. From death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Thank you. You always wake up with the meditation voice, dear Anna. It's a good thing. That means these meditations are waking you up. They're bringing about awakening. But I hope you go back to sleep if you need that rest. And thank you, Sistar, for your sharing of the live. Thank you, Dansuela. Much love, and thank you to all my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. Peacekeepers is what you are. This concludes today's Sangha. If there's anything I can attend to outside of it, do know that my inbox is open on Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, and email if any of those things work for you. And all of everything I do is linked in the link tree in my bio, and you can have fun exploring that. There's some interesting stuff there. Much love, dear Riri. It's always nice seeing so many faces again and again. And sometimes I wonder, why do you have so much free time that you're always here? Maybe I'm a little scared to ask that. I know why I have that much free time, but why do you all have that much free time? I look forward to receiving your email, dear Hybrid Jen. It's lyamboylan@gmail.com. You needed the free time to heal. Well, that's an excellent answer, dear Riri. Good morning, dear Fernando. I hope you have a wonderful day today. Whether it is your morning, your afternoon, your evening, or your night, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste. Oh, I'm glad I caught that just before I closed the live, dear Kenji. You're very welcome, and much love to you. Namaste.